my gosh, XYV, thank you. Listen, was fishing for compliments a little bit, but that is very kind of you to say, genuinely. Um, I won't go into what exactly prompted the stream alert, which asked people if they felt that my writing and female character designs were chopped. No particular reason that conversation comes in mind, but another compliment just common sense. Well, regardless of how you feel about it, how I feel about it, XYB, is that it's very nice of you to say, and I very much appreciate it. Especially since your character designs are very good as well. Hello, everyone. The camera and the saturation on my face today is so nice. I'm wearing my classic Rainbow Bright shirt. Okay, so no one has said this to me. There has just been general criticisms I've seen floating around, and sometimes as a creator and a creative, you can get that worm in the back of your head that says, that could be you. What if your thing gets eyes on it and then people talk about that to your thing? Even though your mentality and art philosophy is way different from those other creators, but what if you weren't as different as you think, though? So, just something. But anyway, hello, everyone. I am a little bit tired today, but it's just because it's been a little bit of a long day. So if we could all groove to the tropical rhythm, this Dolphin Coast summer days theme, and draw a little bit. Sangold, can you give me 4,000 points? I don't know if I can give you Kerbucks. I'm really sorry, Kapita. I can't give you Kerbucks. People can redeem Kerbucks on behalf of another, though. I'm assuming you want that much because maybe you want to redeem a sketch request of some kinds. But anyway. Hello, Goose. Your character designs are great. It's very evident you pull off that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm an adult. I can handle this. Thank you. So actually, before we begin, and I think what will inspire this round of character art is that, and this has nothing to do with this discussion and this discourse and these design critiques. I promise this has nothing to do with it. Just so you go in with no expectations, there is a new Glitch Productions pilot that came out. It is by one of Game Grumps fame, Rubber Ross, who is also, in my opinion, a decently talented artist and animator. And apparently, Gameoverse is a project that they have been working on for like 12 years. It's one of those shows that they worked on and kind of pitched to different people for a while, and it's only through Glitch Productions that they were actually able to bring it to life as a full, clean animated series, or a pilot so far. My character designs, I can't put them into words or drawings, so they're imaginary. Oh no, you have designs that are very real and I can see them. I think those are good, but I have not seen the pilot myself. I have seen some screen caps, some itty bitty clips. I know what's funny and sort of telling, if that's how you want to interpret it, is that I have heard like 10% of this discussion actually theory crafting and talking about the story. So I actually don't know a lot about what this pilot is about. So how about we all go in with an open mind, and we try to, try to look at it and see what we can get from it. And especially, let's try to go in with an open mind and analyze. Okay, hold on. That's starting now. I clicked on the wrong thing. Now showing. Here we go. All right. So get in there. There we go. And then let's go to Gameoverse. Oh, I get the pun. The pun is because I thought it was just game and universe, but it's game overs. Okay, okay, all right. Okay, we were talking about one word titles previously. Okay, that's decently unique. Okay, all right. So, actually, I think watching Rubber Ross actually made this like years ago, and clearly he's had this idea for a while with his own budget. It's interesting. I'm just seeing a little preview of it. What is that? Where's the cat girl? Huh. Okay, well, anyway, because because I feel like a pilot should be standalone, we will not be watching the trailer, even though from what I've seen, the trailer is a completely different piece of animation. Like it from what I've seen. So let's look at the pilots. Let's go in with an open mind, and let's okay. Theater mode. Here we go. Can y'all see like most of that? Hold on, let me thin it up a little bit. Ah, that's good. All right. So I know this is an art stream, but we can watch a little bit of art. Okay, pretty. Okay, cute.
You two are our last hope. This village is our home, and we'll protect it. Together.
Okay. Oh, that's neat. Aw. Okay, transformation. Oh, okay, damn. Obviously these whoa, Jesus Christ, that was a lot of frames. The slower frame rate is obviously a stylistic choice, but I will say for certain action moments, it would be nicer if it went quicker, because it seems like syrupy slow at times.
We did it. We won.
Whoa! What's going on? We beat him, didn't we?
I don't... The village!
Huh. I'm sorry? Oh, I love that sharp cut. Also, let me just hold on. Let me just appreciate the full. Could be better. You know how I don't like I feel like as much unbridled lust I can sense was put into the cat girl, I am not feeling as much towards the male character, even if he is bringing in some Sephiroth Bishy vibes. I see what they're going for, but like it's just not quite there, in my opinion. Like he needs to be whored out he needs to be whored out several degrees more for me to believe yes, he is being sexualized on the same level. Anyway, personal opinion.
Same dream?
Same dream.
Approaching unknown planet.
Well, I guess it explains why you want to save every useless game character you run into.
Hey, he's right there, Caboodle.
Oh, he can't hear me. He's too busy learning.
Gobble up knowledge with Gobbles and friends. Cat.
Meow.
Very good.
I would have left her for dead.
What's the point of doing any of this if we can't save everyone we can?
Listen, kid, nobody's getting saved now that Dusk is punishing you with this boring recon mission.
I've heard some people critique that his audio quality is very poor. It's clearly a stylistic choice. It's either a combination of Jay Schlatt's actual poor microphone and purposeful filters put in to, play it up. I don't think it's the worst. I think it would be a problem if it was really bad or straight up you couldn't hear it properly. Is that a Minecraft guy? I think he's one of the Minecraft guys. Jay Schlatt. Yeah, guy with the mustache. Yeah, that's him. I actually don't mind his voice and his voice filter, personally.
For your information, and Dusk's, Gobbles isn't useless. He is a Learnosaurus, and he is very good at reading and writing.
Ray, maybe he can write our obituaries after he gets us both killed.
I get it.
Yeah, you get it. Think a T-Rex named Gobbles would, eat everything in sight, Has some big-ass mouth and razor-sharp teeth. He's pink, kid.
Oh my god, Caboodle. He's magenta.
I'm just saying. Maybe Dusk is right. It's clouding your judgment. Sometimes doing the mission the right way can save more lives in the long run.
This dialogue is too quippy for me. I will say that it's clearly... The other character is clearly meant to be a snarky sidekick where it's like, alright, this protagonist needs to get chip on my shoulder and all that. I don't get what does that mean. So basically, a quip is very much like I would say a comedic bit, like a one-liner, like saying, "Oh brother, oh, check out this, get a load of this guy." Like those are like quips, They aren't like straight up jokes, like they don't have a punchline per se, but they're very much meant to be said to evoke like a comedic like. Well, get a load of this guy. It's like that, and so I think you'll often find dialogue that it's quippy like that, maybe in certain Marvel movies or certain areas where it's meant to be like, hey, let's tone things down, all right? We're smarter than that. In my opinion, I don't think it's too bad for me personally. It is a lot of dialogue immediately following, I would say, a nice lack of, so I do admit it feels a bit much at the moment.
Gobbles, you doing okay back here?
Oh, yes, just learning. Guess I'm just a little nervous. Ooh.
Don't worry, it's gonna be fine. This is a total routine recon mission.
Yeah.
Unless the Syntax show up, then you'll probably die.
Caboodle!
What? Look at him!
Don't listen to him. The syntax don't come around these parts. We're just gonna check the game world, find out who the hero and the villain are, and report back to the Farcade.
I'm still confused. We're supposed to help the villain, right?
Oh boy.
You're talking about stopping the win condition. Usually, there's a hero and villain. And if the hero beats the villain on their game world, well,
Kaboom!
Hero wins, you lose.
right.
Hey, I don't make the rules.
So, we just have to keep the hero for beating the bad guy, right?
Dang, what can't you learn? What?
Not this time, Gobbles. No conflict. Nobody to save. Just recon. Boring recon.
Incoming ship detected.
Not anymore.
Ship
Syntax?
Syntax!
Syntax.
Oh! Is it bad that the last space animation thing I've seen was like Wander Over Yonder? So that's my point of comparison right now.
Oh, would you look at this? A Farcade recon ship right in our path.
How'd you even see that?
Is there a problem?
No.
There's a Farcade recon ship in our way, sir.
So is it a problem or not?
Yes!
As long as it doesn't get to the game world, we're fine.
It's heading for the game world.
What? Do not let them on the planet! Do you hear me? Clean that up! What are you standing around for? Shoot them!
Yes, sir. One
I think this
shot,
bad guy
one
has more
kill.
sexy put into him. See the thing is, he's very much cloaked in darkness, so we
Game
can't
world,
really
we're fine.
see
It's heading for the
what he's
game world.
about.
What?
Like, it's so vague. See, the thing is, okay, from a creator's perspective, if you were truly trying to make this look sexy, you would have a good camera shot on them. Either them moving, or on their body, or something. But they're very much not sexualized. Like, in the creation of itself. Like, this lady, on the other hand, the intention is there.
Do you hear me? Clean that up! Shoot them!
I like the girl. She sure is a
One shot,
girl.
One kill.
Serious? The emergency shields aren't working. Kid, hop up here. I gotta see what's wrong. If we get hit even once without shields, we're float.
Do you need help? Maybe a song to help you focus. Do you know Hickory Dickory Dock?
Can you hickory dickory shut the hell up? Unless you can get the textile density on some of these assets to match the scale topography by freeing up some resources, much faster than it would take to pre-bake for different LODs because we are out of time on that option.
Okay, I'll just sit over here.
Dog.
Woof!
Good.
If you're having trouble, shoot where they're going instead of where they are. If you're having trouble,
Ow!
There.
Did you fix
Funny.
Yep.
Damn. Bye.
Holy crap! I did it! I got him! Yeah!
Oh my gosh. I must admit, the animation is very technically impressive.
shields activated.
Oh no, you just did the one thing I told you not to do!
You said, don't let them.
Don't let them on the planet, correct?
Oof.
Yeah, big oof fold. I've looked all over for a suitable
All right, now we're
game
getting a
world
little
to train our
sexy.
new recruit.
Hi, I'm Crab Girl.
Say you're sorry.
I'm sorry, Crab Girl.
Crab girl.
So, do you want me to go down to the planet instead? Or...
Yes.
shall I accompany him, sir, to make sure he doesn't mess up again?
What?
Great idea, misinformation. Farcade are going to make it a lot more difficult to complete the game world.
You want us to do a full harvest mission?
Yes, dum-dum. We might as well make this little nuisance useful to us. Find the hero, help him beat the villain, and complete the game. If I can't train Crab Girl over here, at least we can gather the planet's float when it explodes.
Oh yeah, I'm Crab Girl.
Somebody clean that up! Now get out of here, you two. Make sure we can harvest that. Stop!
And now everyone's gonna think I didn't fix the shields.
I will say, when it comes to the art style, I really like the sharpness of it. Not only the angles and the strong shape language, but there's also something specifically unique about the way that the line thickness gathers at certain edges. It's kind of like you can see like the shading is substituted for the line here. Like, I like that. Personally, I like that.
Ow! Yeah, hide behind your stupid game system lock. If we were outside this world, I'd end you.
It's a little panty and stocking ass. I would say it's
good thing you
panty
can't
and stocking is a
understand
bit
me or we'd be
smarter about
screwed.
it.
Well, I guess I gotta swim
Here
back.
it seems kind of
Gonna hang around the whole time,
random
huh?
at times.
Is it bad?
Estimated time remaining for self-repair. A while. Ow, ow, ow.
Well, it's not good.
So what now?
The Syntax are following us to the game world. I saw Caboodle fall toward the planet. We have to find him before they do.
Shouldn't we try to find out who the hero is, or the villain of this game world, since the Syntax are here?
They're after us, Gobbles. If they find Caboodle first, I can't let that happen. I have to find him.
Right, of course. But the planet will explode if we don't.
I'm not losing him too, Gobbles.
Here.
Thanks.
Aw.
Sorry, Gobbles. But look, I've been on a ton of these missions before. The hero is probably off doing some useless side quest. Takes ages for them to even get to the villain. Come on, it'll be fine.
Kit, wait! Oh, jeez. Come on, Gobbles. Kit wouldn't hesitate. Ah!
I don't see why
that's
she
a
has to
Farcade
be in a
agent. Don't
bikini,
underestimate
but
them.
okay.
Huh. The title screen!
That has to be the name of the world's hero.
Probably didn't even see it before they jumped in.
Idiots. Let's go take care of them and then find flappers.
I mean, I like the gimmicks. Whoa, like that. I think that's super fun.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. What is it?
Hey there, friends!
Dolphin. Good.
All right, let's kill them.
Here we go. Wait!
Ah,
What are you doing? We can't rush them. That's it.
the fat dinosaur.
Change your plan. We can't beat these two.
What? Then
I like the
you propose
gimmicks
to
of the
do that?
paper
We find
guy.
Flappers as soon as possible, before they do. My name is Flappers. No. Oh wait, our little backpack friend is missing.
It'd be funny if
hi,
the mini
Flappers.
bots were
I'm
all in
Gobbles.
beachwear.
This is
It's
Kit.
like
Hello.
the only thing characters in beachwear is the two sexy women. Feels interesting. I have my misogyny goggles on, don't mind
Say,
me.
Flappers, have you seen a little shiny sea urchin around? With little legs and arms and a big urchin eye? And he's a dick?
Can't say that I have, but maybe someone in Coral Reef City has.
Hey, Kit, do you think this guy could be the hero?
No way, Gobbles. He's way too helpful. He's got background character vibes.
I've never kissed a girl dolphin before.
What?
Sharing secrets. That's what friends do. I'll take you into town. Grab on. Oh, he's so freaking fast. Let's go.
I am a sucker
Shut me
for
up like a freak.
playing with the
I could have
medium.
barbs, quills. What if I'm poison, huh? You ever think of that? If I'm poison, I could be poison. Ugh, idiot.
You are bloody annoying!
Thank you. So what's your deal, huh? You don't look like the hero type.
Hero? Ha, I'd never be anything like Flappers the Super Dolphin.
Is he, your ex-nemesis or something?
Let's just say, everywhere Snappers the Sea Scourge goes, that's me.
Noted.
Flappers is always in his bloody way.
Oh, man, today is your lucky
Every
day. I'm gonna teach you
villain
how to beat
is
that. What is it,
British.
That's right.
dolphin? And you're a huge shark.
Huge.
All right, we'll figure something out.
Oh my god, the quippiness is off the charts.
Z! Well, here we are, Coral Reef City.
Whoa, it's just like...
Well, go ahead and ask around. Everyone here is real friendly. They're like my family. I don't know what I'd do without them.
Thanks, Flappers.
No, thank you for teaching me all the letters. Now I can, what did you call it? Read?
It's no problem, Flappers. You were nice enough to help us. And yeah, it's called reading.
Well, I got some errands to run. Hope I get to read something really fun. I'll be back in a jiffy. Bye!
Errands? Would a background character run errands? Kit? Hey, Kit! I made a pizza. You want a slice?
Kit. Kit.
Kit!
Kit.
Kit! Kit!
Oh, hi Gobbles. Where'd Flappers go?
That's what I've been saying. He went to go run errands. Doesn't that seem weird?
Nothing weird about getting things done, Gobbles. Come on, let's go.
This is perfect. After he drops off those losers, Flappers will be here any minute.
Let's post you up so he can find you.
Take next time! He's here!
Damn.
Do the floaties have any info yet?
Research complete.
Got it.
A sign to read! A smaller paper sign to read! Well, here goes nothing. Blah, 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 ah! Oh no! Sorry, Mr. Paper! Oh, don't worry about me. That's me. I'm Mr. Paper. Wow, I've never met a talking paper before. Today's your lucky
Why
day.
is the paper henchman literally the most compelling character so far? Like, he has a fun animated gimmick. Like, his voice is nice. He's got everything.
Teach you how to beat that Remington. Who's that? Never mind. Let's go.
It's okay. Thanks anyway.
Hey, mister, wanna play soccer? I'll be the ball. Kick me, kick me.
No thanks. Maybe later. Hey, can you tell me if there's, like, someone really heroic you know of?
Oh, yeah, Flappers. They don't call him the Super Dolphin for nothing.
Did you just say Flappers is a hero?
And a Super Dolphin?
Well, I did say both of those things. Wanna play soccer?
No, I don't want to play soccer!
Now that you've finally made it to me, Crabbington, I'll take you out with my invincible Krabby Tank. That's right. Not only are you going to perish, but your precious Coral Reef City will...
Excuse me? You can just throw your little black balls now?
Oh, well, yes. Take this.
Why is that crab so sexy? I do like the dolphin with, you know, huge muscles gimmick.
Mr. Paper?
Ow!
I do like that gimmick.
Crabbington is dead.
Oh?
Flappers has never gotten this far before.
Oh, no. That means the simpleton has help. All right, we gotta kick this up a notch, Snappers. You're so useless, and we got You can spit fireballs.
Yeah?
You didn't think that was important to tell me.
I don't see what the big deal is.
Oh, my God!
Don't let him out of our sight. We have to make sure...
Wow, what an adventure I just went on. I can't wait.
Flappers, why don't you hang around with us for a while? Help us find Caboodle. You must need a little break from doing all this adventuring.
Oh, no can do, Kit. I just made a new friend who's been helping me on my journey. See? Say hi, Mr. Paper. He's just a little shy. Anywho,
What is that
he's been giving me
SpongeBob
instructions on how to beat
ass
Snappers
background
mini
character?
bosses. I'll be taking down my arch nemesis in no time. And then I'll come back and help you find your Frankie Doodle. Hey, what are you doing?
Flappers, please. You have to give us that paper.
Give you Mr. Paper, but he's my friend.
I know it sounds weird, but we have to. Oh man, I wish I could just tell you.
Well, I gotta do this. Sorry, y'all. Snappers has been terrorizing my village for too long, and this is my chance.
If you beat Snappers and win the game, this whole world is going to explode.
Kid, what are you doing? You can't tell characters about the Gameverse.
I had to.
Wait. This. We opened the episode with him not knowing jack squat and her literally explaining how the Gameoverse works. And now why is he telling her, like, you can't do that? What? We didn't even know that. How did he know? I'm confused.
What are you doing? You can't tell characters about the Gameverse.
I had to.
Are you crazy? That it? Really? If the planet finds us, we'll all be float. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on there. Whoa, careful.
What the?
I'm okay.
You're nothing without your little backpack friend, aren't you?
How would you know?
Oh my gosh, it's almost found us.
Oh, now this is it. Now you've done it. We're all gonna die.
No!
Finally take him out! Clevis! They're trying to steal me! Run! Run for it! What? I can't believe it! Thanks, Mr. Paper! You're my true friend!
No! What the?
Oh my god!
What just happened? How did it go back to
This is all
normal?
my fault. I can't believe another world is going to die because of me.
It's not over yet, kid.
Gobbles, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you.
Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'm not paying attention. So basically, what they did is, she revealed to a character the concept of the Gameoverse, which is that their world is just a game, which is obviously a no-no, which renders them into a static state, which is different from what happened to her hometown, in which the hero beat the villain, and that the whole game was just wiped out. Yes, that. But the thing is, this looks really familiar with what was visually represented at the beginning. So, is this not just the same, Huh.
Whoa, careful!
So clearly, neither parties want this.
I'm okay.
You're nothing without your little backpack friend, aren't you?
How would you know?
Oh my gosh, it's almost found us.
Oh, now this is it.
Okay, so see, this is a bad consequence for both, but isn't this similar to the state that her planet was in? Is that... Okay, this might be revealed. This might be information that will be relayed to us later. But I'm just saying, for now, I'm a little bit confused.
Oh, you've done it!
And then, suddenly, all this.
No!
I can't believe it! God!
This is all my fault. I can't believe another world is going to die because of me.
It's not over yet, kid.
Gobbles, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you.
Kid, it's okay.
Wait, I should have listened to you. Listen to him saying that the dolphin was the hero at the beginning? Is that what she should have listened to him about?
So caught up in...
Kid, listen! I know you're dealing with a lot, but I'm here. We're here. Together. There's still so much we can do. You're too hard on yourself, Kit. None of this is your fault. None of anything you ever did is your fault. All you ever wanted to do was save people. Well, there's still time.
I feel like this is doing a lot of telling when we just got done with some showing. So I feel like that writing could have been tightened up a little bit. That is just my opinion. But I think this is a little, not only, I would say, pacing-wise, a little sudden. Like, this doesn't feel earned, but also it feels like what he's saying is really hammering a point home.
We can still do something.
How?
Flappers gave us the name of his arch nemesis, Snappers. He still has some mini-bosses to beat, and I'm sure we could find out where Snappers is and beat him there.
That could work.
Also, quick question. So, I'm trying to understand this character. So, this character clearly, the way that this is presented is that she has a lot of experience with dealing with both recon and, you know, the fucking, there's a lot of terms being thrown around. The you know, going into a realm and stopping the hero and villain, etc. But, like, she sort of messes up one time and she immediately is like, this is it, I'm gonna fail this world, I'm a failure. It's like, if this was her, like, first world, I would sort of understand that kind of immediate, like, alright, I'm chopped, this is it for me. But it feels like this motivational speech by a character who, at the beginning, was literally just like a bumbling toddler, feels, I don't know, like, Well, let us continue watching.
So let's go!
How did you get like this?
Get like what?
I don't know. Courageous? Uplifting? You were so nervous before.
I'm a Learnosaurus, kid.
Oh my god.
That's what I do. I learn. From the
shading
world around me, from Flappers, and from you.
Let's go save the world.
Oh, it's like a Mojo Jojo font. Oh my god, the animation is crisp! Like, listen, if there's anything I will fully give a series prop for is having some damn talented visual development.
Whoa, Sharkano.
Oh, for crying out loud, Snappers!
That's Caboodle! Let's go!
How is your aim this bad?
Who dares into my lair?
Come on, Snappers, do that for the real enemies. All right, let's get Kid?
Who dares enter my lair?
No.
Ah, then win.
Come on, man.
Have you been here this whole time?
Yeah, basically. I figure if I can't find you, I might as well train the arch nemesis over here. Whoa! Nice shot, by the way.
Thank you.
A floaty.
Wait.
I genuinely thought the heavy exposition was on purpose because this is a spoof on children's TV. That's an interesting discussion. The idea of something or a specific character being written poorly because that in and of itself is a commentary on a kind of juvenile and not as well written genre. I would say that if there's anything that is indicative of that character being a commentary on educational stuff, it's, you know, him saying, you know, like, I'm learning, that's the best I do, and the little jokes about him being like a simple-minded person. I'm not saying he's like no. I'm not saying you're defending it, Capita. I'm saying that your comment is enlightening to me because I genuinely would not have thought of that dialogue being like, it's because he's like a simple character, like, you know, child cartoon character, and so he talks like that. If that was the intention, then it was not conveyed properly because it was played completely straight. I'll withhold my ultimate opinions until we're at the end. That's absolutely fair. My ultimate opinions on like the pilot, I'm generally saving. This is just my commentary as we're going through it.
Followed you?
Yeah, and it gets worse. They found...
What?
Snappers! Flappers the Super Dolphin has arrived!
Who dares enter my lair?
It's me, Flappers, the Super Dolphin.
Huh?
Kit and Gobbles? Mr. Paper was right! You were working with Snappers all along!
I'm sorry, Flappers. I know it sounds weird, but we're trying to help.
Mr. Paper!
Yes.
Was he just eating glue?
Paper. Anyway, don't listen to these traitors. Just follow the plan and take out Snappers.
We've seen everything you've done
Oh my
to
God,
train
woman.
snappers, Farcade.
There's no way Flappers will lose. Is that Mrs. Paper?
No!
I won't let you do this, Syntax scum!
Ship.
Deja vu!
Why are they still in bikini? That is an excellent question. I mean, you could argue that the outfit change is indicative of the general costume change of, like, we're still in this world which is underwater. Like, I think if there's anything they want to play with the ridiculous of the genre, it's that the fact that this is all underwater. It's why the characters are swimming even though there's lava and goo and different physics. Like that, it's fine. It's playing with the medium and that anything can happen underwater. It's like a SpongeBob thing. The bathing suits at this point for the two prominent women characters just feels like... hold on, I'll be right back. Ooh, 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 chests and hips, whoa, whoa, hey, ooh. Sorry, that's very mean-spirited of me to say, but, I will say that the bikini fan service does feel the visual equivalent of jangling keys in front of a horned-up audience. I do think that destroying the heroes will save the world is a great premise, but the addition of villains who want to help the heroes seemed a bit tacked on. I think it's an interesting way to, subvert expectations, in that the villains are helpful to the traditional hero narrative. The only thing is that I don't know why. I don't know what their motivations are. Clearly, Kit and Caboodle, their motivations are very clear, because if our actions are going to save this particular world. But for the villains, they want to destroy this world. And again, I may be stupid. I may have just not caught it at the beginning, but I don't know why they're doing that. I do not know why. Especially since the one part in which they were like frozen and static, and then the paper guy got really mad because that wasn't apparently according to plan. I don't know. Let us continue.
Tell me the backpack was the one training Snappers!
He's a backpack?
You're damn right I am.
Get Snappers!
Right!
That is an interesting way to treat, from what we can see, a competent female character immediately do that. That's an interesting choice. Let's all have our thoughts about it. Move on.
Right! I've waited 20 years to rip you apart!
Flappers, no!
Oh, what the fuck? Did she break free already? What the hell? Wait, what? How did that happen? When did that happen?
20 years to rip you apart!
Flappers, no!
Okay, like, when did that happen? I'm trying to keep track of the background characters now. Okay, y'all are there. Wait, how did she make it out? What? That was not okay, so it was a blink, because I was too focused on, you know, the character who is, how did she, I mean, listen, you don't have to, I'm not trying to cinema sins here. You don't have to show everything. I'm not stupid. It doesn't have to be we can't get from point A to point B without showing every part in between. But you have to admit that is really freaking sudden, especially since they made a concerted shot to bind her up and linger on it. So like, okay, she's incapacitated. And now where is Kit in all of this? The sense of environment surrounding the big action feels confused. Oh, there she is. Yep. Scissors beats paper. I do like it feels like a video game. Damn, they're just watching it.
This is it, Snappers!
Damn.
I did it! I beat Snappers! Hooray for Flappers! Huh? Good job, idiot!
Damn. Okay. So what is your incentive?
What's happening? Did I win?
What is their
That's the
incentive?
problem, you stupid swolefin!
Flappers, listen to me. I know it doesn't make much sense, but you have to come with us. Your world, it's...
But the village! My friends!
I'm sorry, Flappers. There's nothing you can do. I wish there was.
Please, Flappers, we're all done for if you don't swim us to the surface. We can save you, so maybe you could save others.
Tick-tock, fish nuts!
Did I do this?
What?
Is it my fault?
Girl,
Flappers,
it is your fault.
you did what you thought was right. That's not your fault.
Hang on!
Call this ship!
Ow, ow, ow. Repair incomplete.
I'm sorry, y'all. That's all I've got.
Oh no!
Flappers!
Kid,
What?
we got this!
Okay. Lots of bodily focus. How does she transform while holding onto a dolphin? Cartoon logic. Damn, we can't save any of them? Ooh, nice effects. Don't you think that this might actually create villains more than heroes to help you?
I know it's hard. This happened to all of our worlds.
The bird?
Incoming ship detected.
Hi, Sherry.
Incoming ship detected. Incoming ship detected.
Can you please explain why you're doing what you're doing? It makes sense from the hero's perspective, but not from the villains. Oh, okay, so they're harvesting the... Okay. And they can't do that if it's, like, static or null. Alright. What the heck? They took the villain with them?
I suppose I must commend you for successfully completing the game world and destroying the Farcade. Of course. Well, no matter. We can harvest the planet's float without any interference. Who are they?
Here.
What the hell is going on? Where's my Sarcano? Quiet, Shark, and listen. Look out there. The rules of the Gameverse are cruel and unfair. With the float we absorb from planets like yours, we can change those rules. Bring back all that we've lost. Join us. The only thing you've lost is your bloody mind!
Interesting. These are all characters who were like villains from different Gameoverses?
You may just get your revenge after all.
Oh wait, look at that! She has the cat shape with the body type and the... yeah. Oh, that just cut really out of nowhere. Is that the twist? The twist that she's alive? Oh, of course he's a plush. Of course he's a freaking plush. Oh, see, I like it when they do these 3D segments. It's really charming. The paper and the scissors guy are from the same Gameoverse. Interesting. I want the crab figurine. Titmouse? Huh. Okay, Ace Attorney reference. Okay, I see you. Gaming. My life is like a video game. Always trying hard to, like, you know. Alright. The Amazing Digital Circus. Alright. We know about your golden cow glitch. The concept is really interesting, but the tone is all of it. Like, see that? Okay, so that does clear things up. The motivation for the villains, as well as the idea that the villains themselves are also characters who have survived from these Gameoverse annihilations. And like you said, like the paper guy and the scissors guy being from the same universe, but it's implied. See, I like implications in which we could intuit and use our brains. I like that the implication that they're from the same game implies that they probably, you know, their game was won and got destroyed at some point. So it makes you further think, what other games are these characters from? Because I think initially you see characters without the context of where they're from, and you assume they're from just an outside realm, like misinformation and all. They're just kind of separated from the game universes. But the additional layer that they are likely from, you know, previous, you know, like that's cool. I think that's a really cool idea. And just the general idea of I mean, it's like people are comparing it to Pibby, and I will say that I do think it's unfortunate that this concept has clearly been in, you know, it's been worked on much longer than Pibby's been worked on, and it does suck to see the comparisons specifically to this series' detriment, because like that has nothing to do with what this is. Like, I don't want to nitpick or, you know, make fun of them for something they could not control, which is fucking Pibby, you know? It is now, admittedly, I can't blame people for feeling that this idea isn't the most novel at this point because of Pibby. I think that feeling is absolutely valid. And from what I can understand, it's not the same thing, but the comparison is there. Yes, exactly. I will say that from what I remember about Pibby, I wasn't super duper into it, but the idea was that there is a corrupting force that is infecting and entering different Cartoon Network shows, in which it would turn characters into corrupted, like, little enemies or villains. And so there were surviving characters who would, like, you know, apocalypse style, like, scrounge around and try to survive as best they can while fighting these demented versions of friendly cartoon characters, which I think is, it's interesting. It's something. I will say I wasn't as on board as certain people. I know certain people who are like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make a Friday Night Funkin' mod about Sonic getting Pibbied, and I'm like, alright, my interest does not go that deep, but you do you. I will say, this, you know, actually, the playlist we were just looking at, the Summer Days one, is actually weirdly, coincidentally appropriate for what we were just watching, which is fun. I will say, again, I agree, Capita. The concept is really interesting, and I can see why someone with an animation background who is artistically challenged and not artistically I accidentally said artistically challenged, and that's like a negative thing. I mean that they're artistically skilled enough, is what I meant to say. I apologize. That they have a decent proof of concept and series of ideas, yeah, oriented, sure, that they could execute something like this. And I can see why having this, you know, Glitch Productions budget is super helpful, because then you get these cool action scenes, and particularly the medium, like the pixel art, the 3D. I have made this known, and I've commented this several times. I love it when people really take advantage of the art form in order to kind of, I don't know, both subvert expectations and kind of pleasantly surprise you, in that, like, you know, because when you look at 2D art, you generally know what to expect, but then a little bit of a different kind of thing, like, I think that's, I don't know, I think that's what art should be. It's taking advantage of the medium and using it smartly. And so I do like those moments in this show. And it being a show about video games, I will say that's something that the show is definitely good at. It's coming at it from a game perspective. This is clearly an authentic and well-knowledged perspective of both animation and video games. I cannot say the same for certain other shows that have, you know, old, like, mainstream shows where they were like, you know, like, do you remember back when they made a Captain N TV show or something, and it's like, video games, blast him, what's a point? Like, those felt extremely inauthentic, and this feels, the passion for both mediums feels authentic, and the parts that are animation and the parts that are depicting a video game, I do like those parts. I think those are really cool to watch. That being said, when it comes to the art direction and the writing. I feel like that is usually where a lot of indie pilots, I mean, not art direction per se, but I would say individual character designs and general character trends. That is where indie pilots can sort of, I would say, maybe show the creator's biases a bit, or the creator's strengths and weaknesses more visibly, because we have been following since 4 years ago. We've seen your YouTube channel. Oh, interesting. Hi, Clover. I got a bunch of fuzzy... Oh, Clover, you're talking about me and my YouTube channel. Oh, hi, Clover. Well, that's yep. I'm in your past sometimes. If you see something a little cringe, it's probably me. I'm not gonna take too much credit for that, though. A lot of things are cringe. But, I will say that the criticism that I've seen of the writing, in that it doesn't feel particularly smart or polished, I can definitely see where people are coming from, because at several moments throughout this, it's not cringe. Aw, thank you. I'm sardonically calling it cringe because it's not something I would watch right now proudly, because it was a different era. But, you know, you're right. It's people enjoy it. But anyway, I would say there is, like, the dialogue especially is, like, the characterization, especially in that middle moment where Kit sort of gives up and the dinosaur gives a big motivational speech. The Game Overs discussion. Okay, sorry. If the Game Overs discussion is over, we will be, like, drawing. So as long as you see me on the YouTube, I will be talking about Game Overs. Just letting you know. Sorry. Like, if you see this, you know, like, Psy, then we're drawing. But if we're here, then we're still talking about it. It's fine. Just for clarity. And I've seen this broader criticism that I'm sure some people can weigh in on. It's the idea that there are a lot of artists and animators who very much want to make something that they grew up watching, such as an animated show, for example. But they are talented in the visual department, certainly. But their writing leaves something to be desired. And I will say that that is definitely a valid concern I've seen from people, because when you think about it, a lot of our greatest, like, animated storytellers within, you know, my childhood growing up, they're not just artists. They're people who, like, write for shows. They're people who make pitches. They're people who, you know, they have the chops to present stories and characters and not just be artists. So that can be an incredibly harsh thing to say, but when you're making something on this level and on this platform, unfortunately, the reality is that just because you're a great artist doesn't necessarily mean you're a great storyteller. And when you're making a pilot like this, yes, the animation is very good, and I have praised a lot of the changes in medium and etc. But that doesn't mean that automatically makes the writing and the dialogue and the pacing, for example, that's very much a storyboarding and put together thing. It doesn't mean you can't also talk about that and talk about those particular pitfalls. So I will say that when it comes to characters, there's certain characterizations that seem unclear, I would say the clearest characterization I'm seeing are the characters are like everyone but the cat girl and the dinosaur, I feel like, because everyone else feels like they're dependably consistent because their personalities are can be somewhat antagonistic, but that antagonism is consistent. It is coherent. But when it comes to the the more protagonists who are like friendly and all that, such as Kit and Dinosaur, the level of like I didn't quite grasp a consistent like, this is where you are at this point in your journey, this is what your beliefs are, this is your goals. I couldn't quite nail that down for Kit, because we learned later that this is their first time meeting Kit, like the villains, like they were like analyzing the cat. Barney has clear to consistent characterization. See, here's the thing, he got really eloquent at the middle, and I understand that the beginning is like sort of a gag, in that he had the iPad with him and he was played up to be dumb, and then later he just kind of like, character arcs, he grows a spine and is the one to motivate Kit and all that. I noticed, I don't know, I just feel like it's the juxtaposition between who he was in the beginning versus in the middle. I just feel like it was really sudden. I'm not saying it wasn't completely unearned, and I can see the logic behind him getting braver and that being his character. I just thought it sort of came out of nowhere. I don't know. Maybe it was because it happened in the it happened like 2/3 of the way there, and I felt like if you were gonna build up to this character having this, come to Jesus moment, it should have been closer to the climax more so than at this point. If just from a pacing perspective, I think. Not a fan of Gobble's voice. It blends too much with the robot.
That it, really? If the planet
I do admit that they do sound very similar. I don't know, but the paper guy knew the backpack's abilities even though he shouldn't, because they're from the same world. Yeah, there was that moment where he demonstrated some familiarity with the backpack guy and so kind of like waved it off because apparently they knew each other. Okay, then Schlatt's voice sounds like a bad microphone. I've seen people critique the voice quality for him. I think that it's fine. I don't see a particular issue with it, and especially since he is a robot, it's not that uncommon for robotic characters to have some kind of metallic feeling filter to differentiate them from the more organic characters. Not the actual mic quality, yeah. But I mean, I understand if some people find certain voices like distracting or grating. I just personally didn't feel that way. I mean his real voice. Gotcha. It sounds like a bad mic. Well, y'all want to talk about character design for a second? Because, I hate to be the friend who is a little character design focused, but I will say, for the most part, I think the way it's like the paper guy, just when looking at him, I'm not really like, I don't really fuck with it, but as soon as I see him in motion with the different transformations, then I was like, okay, I get it. That's good. That's fine. It's fine that he looks like that, which I think is not great, as long as his movements and behaviors and actions are, are fine. I do like him a lot because of his personality and the animation. I will say, for a critique that I've been seeing, is that it follows an unfortunate and very archaic, pervasive character design trend in animation. And this is not the first of its kind. It's following a very long, unfortunate trend that female characters will be designed as more human and more conventionally attractive, while male characters are able to be really cartoony and like objects and silly and big and small and stick thin and just weird shapes. Like the idea that male characters, because they are not bound by rules of they must be attractive or their attractiveness is key to their likability, they're allowed to be all kinds of things. Like, listen, Paper Guy, I don't find him physically attractive, but with his character and his behavior, that is something that I can find compelling and fun. So if you look at the female character designs we've seen throughout this pilot, there are some in the background. Like, obviously Kit is the most prominent first example, but we also have, Cat Society, and we have this cat, which is the same body type. This cat, which is also the same body type. The one dude who is actually an interesting and different, but like, if you showed me these designs with these body types, I would have assumed they were siblings. I'm going to be so for real with characters who have such similar. Like, I would have assumed they were, like, triplets or something. And the fact that they're meant to be otherwise completely different characters is... I mean, there's a mother and a daughter, of course, but it's a glaring kind of design choice, and especially with the bikinis and the fact that, like, of the most significant characters, yes, he is, there's the argument of, well, look at this male character, he has his shirt off, he's super ripped. That's totally pandering to the female gaze. This isn't pandering to the female gaze. This is a classic man is buff and muscular because it demonstrates strength, which is a masculinity thing, not a heterosexual thing. This is about male power. This isn't about male attractiveness. So this isn't equivalent. And I've seen people argue that Crab Girl is an argument of like, well, look at her, she's allowed to be weird. Hey, guess what's another trope in these cartoons that follow the female dynamic trope is the one token ugly girl. Which the joke is that she's ugly and gross and weird looking and unappealing. Like, that's the point. And I don't see the validity of that specific argument of pointing out Crab Girl when it's clear that the joke is that, isn't it funny that she's a girl but she looks gross and disgusting? That's crazy. So, I know some designs that meet a middle ground that blend silhouette diversity and female attractiveness. I put them in the stream chat. I know that people have been citing background designs as well, but fundamentally, when you look at the most significant characters, you have this one and you have this one. And I feel that background characters is... I don't know. Was the robot arms cat not Kit's mom? I believe that is her mom, yeah, but she has the exact same body type, though. Yeah, I think, hold on. This one? I think that's the mom. It's supposed to be a mom and a dad and maybe a sibling of some sort. My point is that, body-wise, they look very, very similar. And just from a design standpoint, like the fact that you have a fat guy here to convey who he is, and that says so much about him, and these body types say nothing about them, is a contrast, I would say. I do like the screw chairs, though. Those are good chairs. I like that. This mecha cat world. But anyway, in conclusion, I have seen a lot of mixed opinions on this pilot. Some people feel that this is a very interesting premise and they're looking forward to future, installments. I think that I agree that this premise does lend to some interesting kind of episodic things. It is a shame that shows, like this are more geared towards a serious, dramatic, overarching plot rather than setting up something more lighthearted and episodic. That's more of a, I can't fault it for wanting that. It's a creative decision, but I don't know. I think as a proof of concept, which is fundamentally what a pilot is, I think the highs of the pilot when it comes to the animation and the, you know, those medium moments, definitely very good, I would say. Like even like not even the super duper serious action scenes, but more so those moments of like fluctuating with the medium. I think those were the best. Like when Flipper was going to different worlds and you could see the little fucking what is the fuck, you could see the little this. I think that's a really great proof of concept and potential for what other episodes would look like and other games would look like. I think that people who feel very mixed on it have voiced very valid and understandable opinions, and I will say that now that I have sat down and watched it, I am a little more inclined to watch another future episode than if I had not watched this at all. And before that, I only went on just from what I had seen and what people talk about. And so I am glad I went in and watched the whole thing to form my own opinion. And I hope you guys are able to form your own opinion as well. But I will say that people being icked out by those pervasive misogynistic design tropes, completely understandable. And it is sort of, it's like trying to watch an anime, but they have those fan service moments where you're like, all right, like, can we get those over with so we can actually move on to like the good stuff? You know, it's like that. It's like the same with the moment where like they're in the bikini the whole time, and the moment where the lady gets tied up and the frame lingers on her a little bit. It's like one of the things like come on, man. I don't know. Again, totally personal thoughts, but regardless, I like some parts. And I would say I'm very interested to see both analyses on this to maybe catch details that I missed, because don't get me wrong, I'm very bad at catching details sometimes because my ass will be looking and not listening on me. But I don't care how much it leases off Soul Eater. I am not watching Fire Force. Is that the one where they had a straw man woman going, "Why do you dress like that? Oh, aren't you ashamed of yourself?" And the quirky pigtails character says, "Actually, by having my baubles out, it's super empowering, and you should be ashamed of yourself by telling me what to do with my body." And the woman got owned and everyone clapped. I believe that's a very significant part of Fire Force that colored my decision not to engage with it. God, man, what a damn shame what happened to the creator of Soul Eater, how far he sank. But anyway, I've been doing Leonard. I love hearing you. Yeah, thank you, Shuri. I hope people like hearing me talk. I hope that's something people enjoy. But that was enlightening. I look forward to seeing analyses on stuff I missed, potentially. I look forward to genuine criticism of the writing, more so writing and direction and design stuff. I feel like when it comes to animation, it's pretty solid. Like, if you're gonna find little inconsistencies, that's basically a nitpick at this point, you know? So I hope to see some really interesting thoughts on this from other people who are perhaps more talented and well-spoken than me. So now that is the end of that, and now we can start a drawing. Yay! Hooray! Art, hooray! Yay! Like, you can critique Digital Circus, but at least they waited a handful of episodes to give us the beach bikini episode. The fact that it's number 1, as much as I know the creator joked, like, you know, I was so impatient, I made the beach episode the first one. Like, not to king shame, but there is a certain level of artistic integrity that I believe necessitates putting the horny hand away a little bit. Just saying. That's all I think. That'll be it. I promise. I promise that's all I'll talk about. Anyway, hello, here's Bree. Holy shit, did I color on the wrong layer? What is that? Where did that come from? Where did this come from? Oh, it's the eyes. Gotcha. That was on purpose, actually. Okay. So I believe we worked on this last art stream, and so I hope to finish it, especially since I have new eyes on it, which always feels good. Sometimes when you feel like you've been working on something for too long and you need to step back or perhaps do a long blink and recalibrate, that's important. That's something that you should do. I will say that, no more Game Over spoiler talk, so, you know, people like Sari can come back aboard without getting spoiled on it. But I will talk about general, you know, trends and art and whatnot. But listen, I dogged on OKKO back in the day. And listen, I have not fully watched the show to the point where I can legitimately criticize stuff like writing and pacing and whatnot. But OKKO was a show that definitely fell under the umbrella of let's make female characters look like this. And listen, I ragged on that show back then. I will continue to be harsh, fairly harsh in my opinion, to any kind of character design philosophy in which female characters just have the same kind of, like, this and this is all that matters. Everything else, sticks and appendages to connect all that is this. The ant body plan, exactly. My god, like, I'm so glad that I like women and that I like them sexually and romantically, because there truly is no excuse for me, you know, like, shaming certain artistic choices, because some of y'all are too horny and it's getting in the way, I will say. Like, there's a time and a place, in my opinion. Like, it's one thing to make a character a sexy woman, like, which you can do. I have characters who I would say are strongly defined by their attractiveness. That's one thing. But if, like, you know, the majority of your major female characters are... Alright, I shouldn't start. I shouldn't. I'm gonna put myself in a bad place if I keep going on this. How do you have this much self-control? Self-control? I'm sorry, you're expecting me to look at women clearly designed by a horny straight man and think, wow, Sang must be a fucking Olympian to not want to nom over this one. I'm like, brother, there's a certain point in which something designed to be attractive goes, like, it's it's a balance, okay? In that, okay, here is a graph of, like, trying, so it's like, so actually sexy, and then, like, conventionally, like, ugly and sexy, okay? So, I would say conventionally sexy, like, maybe, like, here, you know? Ugly? There's some ugly that can go really up here. But, like, in this middle area? Hell yeah! It's like here, and then it kind of goes down for me, I'm not gonna lie. For most things, I would say, in which the sexuality is the thing that's propping up the character, and not its actual personality and behavior. Everyone's got their own type. Listen. I have the personal philosophy that sometimes the sexiest a woman can be is fully covered, and it's just about the demeanor and personality and behavior. That's right, guys. A woman's most attractive part is her personality. I've said it. But it's the same philosophy as those, like, you know, Widowmaker is designed like this. But also, that Tumblr post where Scout or fucking Sniper or some shit is designed like a man, and he is way sexier than someone who is designed with this much intention. I will bark like a dog over Richard Watterson. Yes, exactly! People's attraction to unconventionally, you know, attractive characters is generally stronger because it's not their appearance, usually, that is doing the heavy lifting. It's actual defined aspects of their character that they're attracted to. And I can respect that a bit more than the honkers and the hips are make the brain go awooga. Again, I am being a little bit mean here, but I can be a little mean as a treat, maybe. Jet Fillmore got broader shoulders, and she's the finest character in the GOAT movie. Ooh, Ocean Mower, you know ball, because a woman who is shaped like that, with the buff arms and shit. And she's also a cat. Sign me the fuck up. Sign me the fuck up. This is the stuff. That's sex. Is GOAT a good movie? It does have kind of a corny title, and I've seen a little bit of it. I would say it's a really interesting movie, and I don't know. I think it depends on your preference. It is a movie that I would say is very much steeped in Black American culture, which I feel like is the reason why certain people aren't on board with it as much as, like, a classic Zootopia animals movie. Like, GOAT is very specifically cultural, which I think is really interesting to look into. If I've never seen a basketball game in my life, would I like it? I think you can like the movie that has a fictional extreme version of a sport. As long as, you know, because you can still empathize with characters being like, I want to be good at this thing, and I want to succeed. You know, there are plenty of things in which the character may be super into something you're not into, and, like, it still works out. It made me want to pick up basketball? Oh, that's really sweet. Woman's so fine, people were making jokes about the GOAT trying to crack the woman old enough to be his mom. Yeah. But she was fine, though. Woo! Alright, I'm gonna find references for Brie. And I'm going to put them up as well, so y'all can see it too. You know what? just like that. Yeah, that looks good. A lot of orange people in chat today. Astute observation, Rennie. Thank you. Okay, so now with the jackets. There's orange people because basketball. They are orange to celebrate basketball. Just like the general concept of basketball. That's what I'm going with. We learned basketball from Juvie's holding cell. Oh! Interesting. Do not go to juvie just to play basketball. That's a movie in and of itself. Guy goes to juvie because he heard the basketball tournaments there are fire. But I bet they are. I bet they are. Juvie has banger food? Dang. Huh. Olivia the ostrich was fine too. Oh yeah, the ostrich girl was cute. I liked her gimmick. I will say, it is nice to see modern characters, you know, female characters who are kind of like girly and go like, oh my god. I like it when they're done sympathetically and they're not meant to be one-note villains. I would like to call it the Elle Woods effect, in that making women or female characters that specific brand of conventional feminine, but making them sympathetic and like cool and compelling. I like that, you know? All too often that kind of, I would say, femininity is demonized. So it's nice to see it just be like goofy and fun, you know? And not just like, women, you know? There was a singular guy trying to pick fights for a month. He got peppered. Huh. Well. gone. Now I only want you gone. Now I only want you gone. Oh my god, this song still makes me emotional. Oh. Have you ever played the Portal games? So, funny story about that. Portal is one of the games I have fully watched someone else play, but haven't actually played for myself. Because I just generally couldn't afford games growing up, but I could afford YouTube. So, were I to have the opportunity to play it, I think I would have a gay old time. Especially since it's a puzzle game. I love puzzle games. Even if I'm not the greatest at them, I think they're very fun. So, like Undertale. Yes! Like Undertale. I think the games that I only feel particularly compelled to pay for to play, as opposed to simply watching someone else playing, are games that aren't story-based and more so individual experience-based, like Stardew or something. The exception are obviously story-based games that I would play on stream, like Ace Attorney. But otherwise, I'm content with saving my money for the most part, even if they are $2, like you said, sorry. I prefer to play because often you don't get the same experience watching someone else. I mean, that's completely fair. I think my general background when it comes to, you know, watching someone play versus playing it myself is that my enjoyment of a lot of things is also, I would say, bolstered by how much enjoyment someone next to me or with me is experiencing. Like with Ace Attorney, it's been fun playing it specifically because I've been playing it with friends. And I get a similar kind of experience when I watch someone play it. It feels like a weirdly communal experience. And I understand that that isn't a substitute for enjoying the game for itself, but it's something that I can, at the very least, I can personally substitute in certain occasions. Of course, for most games, I would think that if you want the best experience, you should play it. I'm not saying don't buy games ever, but just for me, I just kind of like the way I like to do things. Oh my goodness, it's Snoozy! It's Snoozy! Hello! Hello, Snoozy. What is that badge next to your username? Oh, Hime. Signing up for a turbo free trial. Oh, it's the Crunchyroll girl. Huh. Well, hello, Snoozy. Good to see you. I prefer to watch shows and movies with friends than alone. Yeah, like there are specific big series, like commitments that I am kind of sort of procrastinating on because I want to watch them for the first time with like a partner or with friends. You know, like fucking Breaking Bad. I feel like that would be an amazing experience to watch with someone for the first time, as opposed to totally by myself. So a part of me is sort of waiting for that opportunity. Mind you, I'm also fully procrastinating on getting to it, so it's kind of an excuse as well as a reason. But regardless, you know. I started working on your character, not finished. So my character was fully in concept until you had my permission. I love that. Thank you, Snoozy. I'm glad you're working on my character. A character who I know, like, the name of and their general role and know nothing else. Well, Godspeed. As we watched a pilot earlier this stream, and making any project on that kind of a scale is, I would say, back-breaking work. So, Godspeed when it comes to yours. You know what? I think that the arm is a little awkward. I'm gonna put the sleeve over it. Oh, also I forgot to do the Bree has cute little buttons over here. So how that works is there's like a little that. Like a little that. I think I saw it on a jacket design once, and that is what compelled me to incorporate it. I do need to watch shows myself. I worry it's a part of the reason a friend stopped wanting to talk, because I would always ask if you could watch something. Oh, sorry. I mean, I do think that's a decent thought to have, the idea of maybe I need to learn to enjoy certain things by myself and not be dependent on other people when it comes to engaging with them. I think that's a fine thought to have. I don't feel like, you know, you should be easier on yourself. But you know, I agree. Sometimes, it is nice to watch something by yourself and learn to enjoy that specific kind of feeling. I mean, there are certain shows that I do watch by myself. Like, I watch The Boys by myself, because certain content in it makes me feel comfortable watching it by myself, as opposed to with someone else, personally. You know? Capita, you cooked? Did you? You promise? Oh, Friendly Ocean Mower. I'm seeing your messages in chat about the attractiveness and silhouette diversity. Oh, Transformers woman I've seen. Oh yeah. Of course, there's Laika, and there's other Laikas. Yes. Oh my god, her in GIF form. Beautiful. We're talking about the Jaguar from the Goat movie. The Boys is so bad, season 1 is good. It's a damn shame that superhero stuff is such a personal favorite genre of mine, even though so much media just gets it all the way wrong. I feel that The Boys truly did have some amazing moments. Like, it's popular for a reason, you know? Like, it's just... I will agree that there are some deeply significant decisions that I feel prevent me from just saying that this show is the greatest to ever do it, because they be making mistakes. They love to do that. The comic is just horrendous. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, the show Invincible is pretty good, and the Invincible comic is not the greatest. It's one of those adaptations where, if you look at the original, it's like, ugh, I'm glad they changed that, you know? So that's one thing I can sort of give credit to the adaptation, is doing things better than the comic. That allows you to separate it from the comic. Listen, don't get me wrong, I understand not wanting to engage with the comic, like, for The Boys, because that is truly just edginess for the sake of edginess. The show actually wants to say something and do something, which is valiant of them. Okay, and then we can add the little... Yeah, this one. I got bored of the boys before the end of season 1. Ah, that's fair. It's not for everyone. I'll stick to Marvel slop? Alright. At least you know who you are, sorry. Anything interesting with this? No, I think I just made it a typical kind of thing. Just like this. Add like one line, give it a little bit of depth and nothing else. The Invincible comic is a work of art in itself. The Boys is such a shitpost. I mean, that's fair. I wasn't trying to compare the two as in they're both shit. I was trying to compare the two as in I feel that their animated adaptation did things better. And so I will more so engage with the, you know, the TV adaptation more than the original. But you are right. The Boys comic truly is a kind of other realm of, like, there's nothing like seeing a take on a genre made by someone with nothing but pure hatred and disgust in his heart. It's kind of like a evil-ass rape building, the comic, when you think about it. Which makes it even more impressive how the show managed to turn it into something decent. I love it when my chat starts to talk about comic books because then I can completely disconnect and be like, alright, y'all are on your own. Time to focus on drawing. No hate, it's just, I know when I'm not needed. Carl Urban is hot? Wait, I'm thinking of Keith Urban. Who is Carl Urban? Oh, he's the guy who plays the Butcher. He's the guy when I think of like a really thick like like gargling nails and shit. He is very hot, I will say. I see a picture of him without the beard. No. Him with the beard? Yes. You got it. He does look like a guy whose name would be spelled Carl with a K. Actually, let me see if this, right there. I think the front should actually go a little bit longer. Dude, do you know how much I've heard this freaking song when you're playing Animal Crossing New Leaf and you're trying to farm sharks and shit on the tropical islands? You hear this song all the time. In my dreams. I think it's a banger. I like how when chat talks too much about info dumping, Sangold brings up basic topics like Animal Crossing music. Hey listen, first of all, I've made it clear that I have nothing particular to input on fucking superhero discourse. I know when I am not needed for input there. However, you know what I can process? This sick music. That's what's up. I'm here to bring y'all down to reality. Spin that beat. Ooh, okay, so that playlist is done. So how about... You know what? Let's get a bit of Wii. Let's get a little Wii up in here. A little Wii, a little Wii. A little Wii. Safi is attacking me. I love that Snoozy and Capita, they are both non-Pokemon sea creatures, so they're just very realistic looking fish among the little Pokemon, as it should be. I think that looks good. I will say that the flare on the jacket is a little extreme on this end, so I may curtail it a little bit, like this much. There we go. Like, yes, it can move a little dramatically in the anime wind, but it doesn't have to show a shape that it isn't. I'm putting dishes away despite hand problems, and then I will code! Yeah, I know it's been rough for you, Safi, considering hand problems, but I hope they've been improving. It truly is unfortunate. Tendonitis? Ugh. That sounds rough. I'm sorry to hear that. Hand problem gang, Shiori. Damn, sometimes y'all say the darndest things. Hand problems gang, man. I'm fortunate enough to I went through like a carpal tunnel incident like once, in which I just had a blast of it for maybe like 10 minutes, and I immediately started like praying to every god I knew, because holy shit was it a scary experience. But yes, basically, to anyone who hasn't gotten irreparably damaged hand problems, please take care of your hands. Because, I mean, obviously sometimes things can just happen to it, which is unfortunate and you can't really control it. But from the day-to-day, you know, do your little stretches. I like to do this one, where you just like stretch it out. Like stretch it out like this, and stretch it out like this. And then do a little bit of this, and a little bit of this. Yeah, you can hear those bones popping. That means you're doing a good job. I'm taking a break from my hands actually, but I did my lines and filled in the colors. Yay, good job. Good job. I eat your hands. No more pain. No more hands means no more pain. Dude, I didn't think of that. How come no one else has come up with that? It's crazy. It's like that video in which like, bro, if they cut off your leg, how do you know it's gonna hurt? Because and the other one's like, are you an idiot? Bro, of course you're gonna feel pain. And then the guy's like, but where? In your leg. Exactly, bro. How are you gonna feel pain in your leg when your leg is gone? Stretches and taking breaks. That is very good advice. I would say hand care is, you know, similar to general like muscle care, in that, you know, you stretch them out, you make sure that you're not straightening yourself too much, you know? You're not flipping off people enough? Hold on. Ah, strong. I still got it. Thank you, Sang. No pro- Safi is attacking me! Safi, you know, with the energy that it took for you to type the attack command, you could have done so many middle finger stretches. But whatever, it's like your health, not mine, so do whatever you wish. Alright, I think that's basically it. For Brie. Yeah, so let's start adjusting those colors. I should not be moving my left hand too much right now, honestly. Yes. I hope you were typing that with your toes. Yeah, that did sound better in my head. And yeah, I did have a good few seconds to think of something different before I said it. So, you know what? I deserve it. Sangle and chat, have a good one. Hopefully your hands get better. Bye, Snoozy. Thank you for jumping by. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Elbow typing. I've been seeing videos in which, you know, it's the elbow drop, and I've seen people go like, I'm just imagining someone typing, but with that kind of like, putting your like body into it. This is really funny to me. I'm left-handed and your problems are with your left hand? Aw, frig. I'm sorry to hear that. Every now and then, to really mix it up, I brush my teeth with my non-dominant hand, and it's like I've never had a hand before. And it is kind of scary how reliant I am on my dominant hand for most things. Except cutting with scissors. Cutting with scissors is actually the one thing I can do most fluently on my left hand. And the lore reason for that is because when I was younger and I needed scissors most frequently was not for cutting, you know, like paper, arts and crafts. It's for when I had long kimchi, and so I'm right-handed, so I would hold the kimchi up with my right hand and maneuver the scissors with my left hand to cut the food. And so I grew to be left-handed when it comes to scissors because my right hand was always holding the food. And that's a really funny way to become somewhat ambidextrous, in my opinion. My mom is left-handed, so she always took that as a win for her. You know how like sometimes parents are like, yeah, you got that from me. When it's something that is completely arbitrary, it's like, alright. Whatever you say. Whatever you say, Madame Genetics. I love how you call your history lore. I mean, it can be both. Okay, I think I used the base blue for that. I think life would be a lot more fun if you referred to little parts of your backstory as such. as if you were a fictional character. Because sometimes you just have to depersonalize a little bit to give your life a little bit more whimsy. Just a little bit, not too much. Otherwise, that can get kind of interesting, not in a good way. Why would you cut kimchi with scissors? Aren't there utensils for that? Like scissors? Like kitchen scissors? There are scissors specifically for cooking that you would use for food that would not touch arts and crafts because they are used for food. They are utensils like any other, and you would wash them like any other. Brother has never heard of long food. Brother has never heard of long food and then using the utensils to cut the long food. Crazy. Imagine. Like, even outside of kimchi, I remember there being, you know, like jappagetti or other noodles that were so long that you would have scissors and you would, you know, for kids also, because kids can't slurp up the big noodles, they would, like, you know, they cut the noodles shorter and also even go into the bowl and just, like, snip it like this so they would be easier to eat, you know? Damn. I never really considered, sorry, that my culture, like, the difference between my culture and yours is one of the things is that we have longer food and therefore we need kitchen scissors. That's kind of crazy. That's what the knife is for? Yeah, I'm gonna take the knife on a plate and go with the little device. Yeah, that's gonna work out well. Brother's never heard of kitchen scissors. Funny. Tomodachi, living the dream would be improved more touchscreen. Yeah, I'm always met with that little icon. Yeah, I see that, like, every time I play it. I wouldn't say I'm too reliant on the touchscreen, but I will say I do be like automatically going to it even when it's not called for. Tangled, I posted two versions of a design in chat because I'm struggling to decide which to go for. Okay, let's see. Okay. What do y'all like better? That first one? Oh, Shiori, I like the tabletop RPG boy. Ooh. Firstly, a brunette with red and green themes. I do like that. The first or the second one? I'm trying to... This is kind of like a spot the difference game. I'm not gonna lie. Capita, I'm trying to see what is the difference from here. The piercing. Okay. Oh, I'm seeing it on the face. It's kind of hard to tell what that is. I actually thought it looked like a scar at first. Oh, so one of the ones go on top and one of the ones go through. I would say for sake of definition, the one on top doesn't really account for the nose shape, so it kind of obscures that. I don't know. It's a piercing in one and the other it's a marking. I like the marking better, but in order to account for the nose shape, it might be best to, like, because you have your character, like, right here. This is the nose. Yeah. So, if you're going to have the marking, it might be best, because the nose is a 3D object, to physically have it follow the shape of the nose, rather than doing it like this. Because this is... It kind of breaks the shape of it a little bit, if that makes sense. Bye, Clover. Bye-bye. It took me an embarrassingly long time to figure out whether Clover was saying goodbye to someone or was saying goodbye to us. I was like scrolling up frantically, seeing who they were saying goodbye to, so I didn't accidentally say goodbye to someone else. But I can be safely certain that they are saying goodbye themselves, which is how I decided. Did you like it though? I tried googling what those ribbon cakes are from. Oh, like the overall design? I think the cape is definitely interesting. I do like capes that play a bit more with the shape and they're not just a big rectangle. You know? It's fun. I love the sounds of water at the beach. Oh, actually, in this design, I let the lines overlap. So I should make sure to do that here. Okay, there we go. I also did a sketch of my D&D boy, but I might work on him tomorrow or sometime next week. I love hearing about people's little creative processes, whether they're working on something or not. I feel like us sharing it with each other also helps for productivity because it kind of mentally holds each of us accountable. I don't know. It's something I need to work on as well. I have been drawing more lately. Like, I have, like, more designs finalized and more pages done. Still have more to do before I can publish them, of course, but still done regardless, so I'm happy about that. Been thinking about my characters lately. Ah. Yes, I have also been thinking about my characters lately. I think I actually want the brie brim up here to be a little lower to obscure the eyebrows a little bit. I think that would fit. Like this, like this much. Yes. like it when some of Bree's expression is covered. It helps to give that kind of serious expression. I think something I've been particularly focusing on lately when it comes to my characters is making sure they're all distinct from each other. And what I mean by that is that when you have an ass full of characters like me, it can be very easy to see certain patterns. And so in order to avoid that, I've been trying to further differentiate some of them. Like, it's kind of hard to point out examples at the moment, but like sometimes you realize, like, maybe when it comes to writing female characters, you tend to lean a certain way, or male characters a certain way, or like X or Y characters a certain way, you know? It may not necessarily be something that you do out of prejudice, but it may be some kind of just internal bias or desire or something. But at the very least, my general goal when it comes to characters is to avoid gendered biases in general. Not that I'm going to make characters that ascend gender, but more so that I don't want to fall into similar trends when it comes to characters that are based around gender alone. Like, I want to make characters who are different enough from each other. And I don't want, you know, most of the women characters to be X or Y because that's what I'm used to writing or making for women. So that's just something I've been working on, you know? Voice is a very specific character writing thing that is tricky to work on, but you gotta do your best. Also, I feel like Bree's eyes are like really shiny, like big and huge. So, I'm gonna... Actually, let's lift it up a little bit. And then maybe... Make it like this much. There we go. I want to draw the boy with the brown hair more. I need to come up with a good reference for him. Yeah. But once you do come up with that reference, it'll be great. I know it will. Like we were talking about earlier with some critiques on, you know, certain writing when it comes to cartoons or whatnot. Like, there are, like, a trend that you could say is that sometimes people don't want to write female characters as being messy or particularly complicated or, you know, goofy. And those things, it's a shame when those things are limited for female characters because they should be, you know, true equality means that you should be able to write characters no matter the gender in that way. So, you know, if I ever find myself writing or like not including certain traits to characters of certain genders because of my own internal biases, it's my, I would say, my responsibility as a writer and designer to address those and see if I can break out of those molds. These were a game called Defy the Gods. I want to play a character with a sword. Nice. Like, this might sound kind of funny, but sometimes I've noticed that some of my female characters can be a little too ambitious, or like when I mean that, I mean like when I write certain female characters, I write them as extremely goal-oriented, as in like they have specific aspirations and dreams, and they're, you know, they're hardworking and all that, and you know, it makes them sympathetic. But it's a thing where it makes a difference when I feel like I have to give that to my female characters to make them interesting and compelling, which is like, you know, a general character thing. But then when I go to my male characters and I don't give them the same drive, but I'm still able to make them interesting despite that, which makes me look back and go, okay, so why do I maybe internally hesitate on making unmotivated or sloppy or, you know, messy female characters? And so that's why it's important that characters like Avril exist, because she is very much, I would say, a woman who is ultimately aimless and chill and kind of a slob, and she's still pretty cool and funny because of that. One of those things, you know? You shouldn't be afraid that making a character kind of like messy will automatically make them, you know, not like you can't root for them, you know? It's kind of an interesting double-edged sword, though, to write while avoiding certain gender tropes. Like, a classic one I can think of is, like, a male and a female protagonist duo, where one of them is kind of overly serious and, you know, down to business, and the other is, like, happy-go-lucky, more emotional, more, you know, jovial, and that kind of stuff. If you make the serious one a woman and the jovial one a man, that can very easily fall into the trope of, like, well, you know, girls are, it's about all those silly dudes. It's up to the girls to set them straight and then all that. Like, that's a specific kind of stereotype, you know. I feel like I've seen specific little bits of the Sonic fandom unfortunately suffer for that. Like, I feel like Amy in some material has been mischaracterized as someone who's like, oh, those goofy boys. Oh, you know, and that sucks that kind of, you know, maturity is substituting her more like chaotic and interesting parts of her. But if you go the other way around, it is also a trope in which the woman is kind of bubbly and emotional and impulsive and reckless, and the man is more serious and, you know, because, you know, you will have good examples. I think Gravity Falls is a classic dynamic of a Mabel and a Dipper, where they're both like, they're not meant to be encapsulations of either gender, they're just meant to be clear extremes of the personality types. But there are certain examples where you can see the argument of, like, women are emotional, women are irrational, they never, you know, they don't think, they're, you know, like, either way can lead into these harmful stereotypes. What I'm trying to say is that it's important to keep these in mind, not to the point where you know, whoa, Raid, hello! Yori Koyori? Oh, I just read that wrong. Yoriko Yori, I believe. I don't know why I thought the first name was Yori and the second part was Koyori, but it's probably Yoriko and then Yori. It's always the men that are lazy bums. We're the female lazy bums. Yeah. I think what to get out of this general discussion of tropes and whatnot is that you're gonna bump into a lot of potential harmful stereotypes. What matters is that, you know, dropping the lyrics here. Yeah, welcome. Hello. What matters is that the best way to avoid falling into stereotypes is to just write a wide range so that the one example isn't the pervasive one, or all of them fall into that trend, you know? I feel like it, you know, it can get scary, and I understand that fear of what if I write this character, you know, and I accidentally make it offensive, and so I'm scared. I understand that, but it's actually super simple just to circumvent that from a base level, and it's just to make a bunch of that group and just make them all different. Make sure they don't fall into all of the same stereotype. Make sure to show like the broad spectrum of humanity through this group. And then, you know, then you can start like researching and learn to be braver. It's just like that. Let's see. Where's the sketch layer? Oh, it's down here. Go away. Oh yeah, she needs her earring! She needs her earring! Wata. Of course. Sometimes I feel like I draw the ears weird. Like, proportionally, they can kind of be all over the place. So, corrections are not surprising. I'm not sure if my setting has gender roles yet. It'd be interesting to inspect that because there's royalty, and royal cultures are very often gendered. Yeah, exactly. I feel like gender in particular is such an interesting thing to, I would say, analyze in your own work as well as in others, because misogyny, specifically, you know, like, you know, I don't mean specifically, I mean broadly as in women and that kind of discrimination is the oldest and most deeply ingrained in our society. And I can't say that as an absolute because there has to be some more matriarchal civilizations and societies in history and then now, but for the most part, like, misogyny is so deep within a lot of cultures that other forms of discrimination often are branching from misogyny. Like, people who complain about misandry and saying, well, men have the expectation to be strong and support. Yeah, because you know why? Because the ultimate insult for men is to be compared to a woman, aka weak and subservient. So it all boils down to seeing women as the lesser. You know, it all boils. I am that one TikTok where it's like you're trying to be chill at the function, but you notice that misogyny bleeds into every crevice of every social interaction into society. I'm that. I noticed that. I took one women in gender studies course, and also I'm very online. I noticed these things. Monarchy is kind of fucked up. I don't want to soften its edges. Yeah, I noticed that is a thing. That is a phenomenon I see a lot of fiction doing, is that, you know, the royalty AU, but with very much a lot of the political and the social implications sanded away, and more like, wouldn't it be fun to, like, live in a castle and have servants and stuff? Like, that feels like an idea you would have as a teen. That's one thing. As a grown adult, you should be a little bit more critical about what you decide to indulge in. Because believe me, I don't mind indulging in a little royal AU now and then, but you would have to be a fool to not acknowledge the inherent, like, class and socio stuff that is necessary to maintain that, even in its most softened version. I always found the question of, is there such thing as a benevolent monarchy or a benevolent autocracy, really interesting, because I'm sure there are examples in history in which there was a monarch or someone who had absolute power, and they did all right, and people liked them, and they were like, yeah, this person can stay in power, they're doing a pretty good job. But they are very few and far between, I think. For the most part, absolute power, you know, corrupts absolutely, or however that saying goes. But does that mean that the possibility is zero? No. But I think having that hope of, but what if they're the good monarch is, you know, not the right mindset to go into for real life, I'd say. Absolute power can only be achieved by being kind of bad. I mean... Kapita, I feel like you're more well-versed in history and all that, so I'll take your word for it. But yeah, for the most part, in order to gain that power, you have to conquer like a little bit. And as much as you can try to whitewash history by being like, well, we were conquering these uncivilized people and we improved it by creating this new society where things are better and people are happier. Well, yeah, but, you know, that whole colonialism mentality of we conquered this society and made it better is never a good one, because it always overlooks the fact that they're innocent lives who are probably not even that uncivilized, but just to you, it made a convenient excuse to, you know, take over. It's why there are, you know, there are still civilizations today that are relatively untouched by modern advancements, and I feel that it is moral and humane to not fuck with them because that's just how they're living, you know? Like, there are still stupid-ass missionaries going over to those places and being like, but what if I read them the Bible? And I'm like, they're gonna put your head on a stick. And they would be in their right to do that, because why are you coming over there? You know? It's like, even if you have, like, good and holy intentions, you're still invading by going over there. And I feel like, you know, that just bare bones boundaries, like, you know, territorial, should at the very least be respected. Not everyone wants to be modernized. If people want to be left alone, which we live alone, I mean, I don't know a lot about the Amish. From what I know, the Amish community has only been so strong because they haven't fully, you know, let go of modern stuff. It's like a religious, cultural kind of situation in which they're mostly very, very, like, pilgrim-esque. But they survive and they have their own little communities, and, you know, I don't think anyone should be, you know, they should grow up and they should have the choice to leave. But also, we live in a lot of cultures and communities in which leaving is not a choice that is provided to us. So, I don't know. The concept of modernization is relative. Exactly. The concept of, like, they don't know what an iPhone is, therefore they are close to animals is a crazy concept. It's kind of like I've heard of some, like, indigenous cultures in, specifically in, like, the colder, like, Arctic areas. Something interesting I heard about their culture, and I believe it as their culture continues to be now, is that there would be scientists and researchers and people who would visit their communities and try to give them gifts as a show of generosity. Like, hey, here's a fucking, I don't know, like a watch or something. But to these communities, they are so, their life philosophy is so, like, only carry what you need, purely based off of like survival and also it's just like a personal philosophy, that these gifts would ultimately be discarded because they're more of a hindrance than anything. You're not giving them anything that would actually be useful to them in their life and in their survival. So of course they wouldn't find it particularly like, they wouldn't be ingratiated by it, because it's not like they live in a house where they can hang it up on their wall or some shit. Like, they're more nomadic, you know? And like that specific cultural difference always fascinates me, because they're not wrong for living like that, both out of necessity and out of tradition. It's just how they live, and there shouldn't be a need to be like, oh my god, they don't know how to eat with YouTube. Oh, it's like, they're just doing what they do. Like, if they wanted help, I'm sure they would be perfectly capable of reaching out to us. Obviously, the exception to this mentality is like cults and shit, but again, those aren't cultural. They are, you know, they are very specific communities. That's a situation in which like outside intervention is absolutely necessary, because sometimes people are not in the best state of minds, and also there are probably sex crimes taking place there. But otherwise, if these are cultures that have generally been going on for like a long time, and that's just how they've been living, and they're not hurting anyone, like, just let them live. The issue is when people don't have a choice in how to live. Yeah, exactly. Man, I'm not gonna lie, there was a period in my life, every now and then, that, like, my interest in cults, like, rises up again. Not particularly because I think they're cool or anything, but it's a specific social phenomenon that fascinates me from a psychological perspective, because it's one thing to look at one-off, you know, serial crime committers and whatnot. It's another thing to see people who are able to convince mass groups of other people to do something. Other people who are otherwise normal people who got convinced and swept up into that kind of stuff. It's always so fascinating to me, especially because of the psychological tactics that are used to prey on these kinds of people. Like, people who, you know, maybe they grew up isolated. They wanted a community. They wanted the kind of stability and that these kinds of tempting cults offered. That's why phrases like love bombing is so important in these contexts, because it's about ingratiating them immediately, and then once you've earned their devotion, that's when you flip the script and start, you know, sucking the fucking life out of them. It's also interesting to me because cults are, from what I can see, I'm not an anthropologist by any means, but cults are a very universal phenomenon. Like, they're throughout society, there are going to be like little groups that try to get away from society and civilization and try to live by their own rules and whatnot. And it's particularly interesting to me that usually the basis for cults tends to be a kind of societal fault. Like, I'm not gonna act like there is any like country or society that is perfect by any means, but you have to admit that what causes that kind of discontent in people that would prompt them to join a cult generally does tend to be caused by something greater, something that they cannot control, something that they feel powerless over. It's less like, you know, I got a divorce and so now I'm gonna do this extreme thing, you know. It's usually because people lack a support system, or people feel that they, you know, they are trapped ultimately. Like, there's a reason why people feel that they have to resort to these kind of things to escape, you know, the shackles of society. I mean, some of them are unfortunately based off of delusion and personal problems, which you can't really help. But also some of them, you gotta admit, like, some people who end up falling for these kinds of cults, religious indoctrination tactics, are people who were failed at a certain point. So it grants some sympathy when it comes to why they would be particularly vulnerable to fall for that kind of manipulation. That's why I find it interesting. Also, I feel like this is a different shape from this. So let me adjust that. I think think I also find it interesting because the idea of it can happen to you has always scared me as a concept. You know, when it comes to one-off, like, weird-ass, I don't know, serial killers or freak accidents or whatnot, yeah, like, the randomness is scary, sure, but ultimately I feel somewhat secure in the random chances. Like, it's why I can board a plane and only be a little bit anxious, you know? There's a sense of trust in the probability. But when it comes to something that's so psychological, which is, you know, your own state of being, and how sometimes you don't even know that you're being exploited or something like that until it's too late, like, that scares me a lot. And so I think that's why I try to understand it more. And that's why I find human psychology in general really interesting. Because it helps me understand myself in some ways. As well as the people around me. I will say though, an unfortunate side result of, you know, doing research into cult stuff is that if you come from a religious background, learning about cult stuff and just different weird ass religions, it definitely kind of maybe a little bit sours you on organized religion as a whole. Not all religion, of course, but, you know, I haven't come from like a Judaist or a Buddhist or Islam background by any means. I'm speaking from a strictly like Roman Catholic perspective, but there are some interesting ways in which once you analyze, you know, cult dynamics and the way that some people who are truly in a religious fervor or psychosis, the way they behave and the way they believe, that when you step back and look at, you know, established organized religion and you think that that's not that different. The only way it's different is that it's normalized and it's older and it's been around longer. So it has this kind of position now. It's established. Again, nothing against religion as a whole. Like, people, fundamentally, religion helps people and, you know, have faith and have hope, and fundamentally the hope I have is less on a benevolence deity and more so on, like, people. It might be kind of corny to say, and also slightly illogical considering the trajectory we're all heading towards, but I have faith that people care about each other, and people want good things, and people will fight for good things. And that may sound utterly delusional, but that faith in people is what gives me hope. And for me, it gives me more hope than when I die, I'm gonna meet a dude at the pearly gates who give me a big thumbs up and puts a sticker on my forehead and says, "Go ahead and meet your grandpa." You know? Like, it's a nice idea. Don't get me wrong, I'd like to believe in a heaven. It sounds pretty sweet, but I'm not gonna lie. Like, the idea that people are good and capable of good more often than not is more realistic to me than the idea of, that. So you could classify me as a kind of agnostic person in which I still incorporate a lot of Christianity in my, you know, my mannerisms and stuff. You will hear me make Jesus jokes, talk about God and all that, because that's my culture. But otherwise, I'm kind of, you know, we fluctuate a little bit. I think that's fine. It's like that recent trend of people saying, I want to go vegetarian, but, you know, I want to go vegan but cheese, and then the response is, then do it, go vegan but cheese. It's kind of like that for me with religion, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I want to be Christian, but I don't want to focus on the Bible being a document of real historical things that happened. I want to take it as a series of stories that I can then extrapolate and use to you know, use as lessons that I can, you know, take and try to be a good person in daily life. Which I would wish that that's how the Bible is used for. But instead, when I went to Sunday school, they were like, yup. There were 2 people in the garden, and that really happened. And I don't personally agree with the mentality of focusing on that religious core of like, yes, this happened, miracles, your faith is reliant on the fact that this really happens. I wish it was more so like, yeah, some of this probably happened, but the more important part is that fucking the thing you should get out of the Noah's Ark story isn't the fact that there really was a big flood and the animals went on the ark. It should be what you get out of it and talk about, I don't know, more moral things. Maybe it's a bit sacrilegious to compare the Bible to like a folk tale in which you can get themes and stories and messages from it, but that's ultimately what I see from it. Because I think being a little too, in my opinion, being a little too focused on like this super truly happened more than what you as a person are doing to be a better person as a result of this thing. I just feel like you got your eggs in the wrong basket. Something. That's just me though. I also consider myself agnostic. Yeah. It's funny because I feel like a lot of what I've gotten out of religion are very practical things. Like, I go to church because genuinely going to mass is a very meditative and relaxing thing. You know, I say the prayers, I do the little movements. I don't do it because I'm like, yes, Jesus. You know, it's not because of that. It's more like, yes, I'm going through these. It's like doing yoga. It's very meditative. You're going through these little ritualistic things. Meanwhile, you're generally reflecting on yourself and what you can take away from these little prayers and Bible stories and whatnot. Like, I think that's how it helps me. And, you know, I'm sure my parents wouldn't be thrilled if I told them straight up that, you know, that's basically all I get from it. But, you know, I think that that kind of approach to spirituality should be, you know, it's not a bad kind. And I wish I had that kind of option offered to me without me having to seek it out for myself. Because otherwise, I wouldn't have grown up with so much shame around it. You know? Do you guys like it when I talk about religion, by the way? Like, I talk about a lot of stuff that are both personal and I would say, like, academically interesting. And so I can just go on and on about it. I hope I'm not potentially isolating people who are like, hey, yeah, she's talking about Jesus again. Yeah, it's been like 30 minutes. Yeah, like, I don't know what the hell she's talking about. Just get through it. I think she's almost done. I find it relatable personally. Yes! I thank you for the feedback because you know, obviously I don't want to utterly compromise myself and my personality to accommodate for others. However, I do think feedback is important when it comes to what people want to hear, so that I make sure when to really focus on things and when to be like, all right, let's touch upon that and let's go, you know? Making me think. Dude, I'm making you think? You know the picture that's like thinking really hard? That's a good one. But yeah, it's particularly interesting to me, this kind of approach. I've been disillusioned, but I will still attend if my family wants me to. I don't participate. Yeah, I get that. It's... my particular kind of compromise when it comes to religion, in that it's very cultural to me now, in that I go through the rituals and the ceremonies and stuff out of habit, and you know, it's my upbringing. It's a way to compromise that. One, because my parents are religious, and if I stopped going to church, they would not like it. And so that is a kind of familial compromise. Two, it's also out of habit, you know? If I just went totally no religion, not gonna lie, it would be like really hard for me, genuinely, because it's so baked into my upbringing and just me. Three, I have a sibling who is deeply, fiercely independent when it comes to his desires, which is absolutely, you know, his prerogative. I agree with a lot, not saying much. Resting my hand, yeah! You talking is helping with some current misophonia. Oh, nyam 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 nyam. Me talking. Anyway, so I have a sibling who's very, I would say, you know, very independent, very opposite of me in that I generally feel a sense of obligation towards others, to my parents, and all that. Meanwhile, he is like, if I don't want to do it, I'm not gonna do it. So, like, he doesn't like going to church because he thinks it's like a waste of time. He was able to get through it when he was a kid because, you know, he had no choice. Now that he's an adult, just like, none of it. He lives by himself, doesn't touch this stuff. And it's absolutely his prerogative. Again, not shaming him for it. And I understand his points, honestly. Maths can be very boring. Me being able to get something meditative out of it is me trying to find the silver lining. And I understand not being able to, from his perspective. But it kind of sucks because sometimes I hear him talk about religion, and we share, you know, we're very similarly minded when we talk about, you know, people and all that, but he's a lot more cynical when it comes to religion as something that can, you know, create delusions and can harm people. And I'm much more sympathetic when it comes to that because, one, I know that we are biased because we come from a background that is specifically Roman Catholic, which is its own religious bag of worms. So, you know, that's that. You can't speak for all religions just because you came from one specific denomination. Two, I know people, and there are plenty of people in this world who are religious without making it a core part of themselves that they have to flaunt or justify or do all these negative things. And, you know, there are people who also, they mentally found a way to survive because of religion. Like, getting a little personal, but not too much, but my dad is a first-generation immigrant who, whenever he would find work somewhere, he would move there before we moved there, live alone. You know, English is his second language, the United States is a totally foreign country, and he would do so much shit by himself. And so, yeah, no shit, he would become such a devout religious person because he has been through shit. So I don't blame him for leaning on religion in particular because, you know, based off of his experiences and his general mentality of going through these hardships are good for me because it's God giving me a challenge or it's all part of my journey. Like, yeah, that mentality would help you from not going insane. So yes, I personally like sympathize with religion being used as a coping mechanism specifically for, like, I need a reason to keep going. I need a reason to feel like I'm in control and that bad things don't just happen to me because life is unfair. So I'm specifically seeing that from my dad has made me very sympathetic on those who rely on religion for survival. Like, specifically, you see a lot of, like, in African American communities, for example, Latin American communities, you see a lot of, marginalized groups in America who are very religious. Why? Well, because sometimes when you live in a society that tends to fail you, you try to find ways to cling onto hope, and sometimes for people it is religion. So in that way, yes, it can lead to people who are overly devout and can be too, we know those people. But at the same time, that desire in itself is sympathetic, and I can understand that. And that's why I'm also, I would say lighter on religion as a whole than my brother. I would say he's a lot more jaded in that he's like, that classic quote, like, religion is the opiate of the masses and all that. Like, it's kind of a corny quote, but, like, I understand it. Religion can be very, very powerful, and can very often historically lead to ruin, but the existence of it is deeply human, and, I just like talking about it because it's a very nuanced topic, and I understand why people have such strong opinions on it either way. Both, like, with my dad being so strongly religious and my brother being strongly against it. Mass is helpful when you need, whether like a once or twice a month. The fact that you're shamed for not attending every week is very exhausting. You should go as you please. Yeah, I do agree. Specifically, I would say the Christianity version of shame is a deeply unfortunate but very built-in part of the religion. And that's another reason why I feel like I'm not entirely qualified to talk about religion as a whole, as opposed to just Christianity, because Christianity is such a specific religion with its own specific problems that it shouldn't be the mascot of all religions, Like, I'm sure there's some things about Judaism that fucking rocks, specifically because it's Judaism and not Christianity, Like, the fact that, Jewish people don't have a hell, and so it's less about, the fear of being faced with the ultimate punishment, and maybe more so about personal virtue, and, just being a good person, like most other religions. That sounds pretty cool. And I heard that, like, Islam is it's a very personal religion, and that the life philosophy you follow is based off of your own sense of, like, accomplishment and morality and all that. And I think that's really cool too, Again, obviously, no religion is perfect, and we see all too often the consequences of, religion being overly controlling and, and all that. But the individual's experience and dealings of religion, I think, should be up to that individual. I gotta be like the only Arch streamer in existence who talks about this shit. Do you guys like follow any other Arch streamers who like I'm not gonna act like I'm like smarter or better than anyone. I just want to like calibrate here and remind myself that I am on a platform in which people usually talk about what I talked about earlier, which is cartoons, and just kind of leaves it at that. I understand religion fundamentally, it's just not for me personally. Exactly. It's so funny that also religion itself is such a loaded word, and it makes you think of very specific denominations and practices. But when you think about it, organized religion is the thing, but being like superstitious or having these kind of like extraordinary faith-based beliefs is kind of something we all sort of have. Like, people having a lucky charm, or a favorite number, or, they have any kind of, like, having hope or bet-based thing. It's, I'm not saying it is religion. I'm just saying that it's funny how, for everyone, faith and hope manifests in different ways. And for some people, it's religion, and for others, it's not. I don't watch a whole lot of art streamers, so I'm just what I'm used to. I mean, funnily enough, I feel like that's the general consensus with people who watch me, is that I'm basically the only person they watch, which is incredibly flattering, if I may say. If you watch me to any capacity, whether you're lurking or you're just chilling and saying stuff, thank you. I don't say that enough. Thank you for being here. I wouldn't be here if you weren't here, of course. But it's interesting because of that, because I also don't watch other art streamers that often. I mean, I watch streamers who play games, and it's mostly gaming streamers, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, the frame of reference here is a bit limited on my end too. So we're all kind of going in with some limited ideas. I do mostly become because it's you. 'Cause it's me? Me? Oh, that's very sweet. Let's see. Kirby music! This is the spirit. Because it's me! You know what else is me? That guy, right there. I have privated some super duper old streams because they are so old that I cannot look back on them with a clear conscience. But every now and then I look back at them in my little secret private playlist, and I see names that I still see today, and it just makes me clutch my heart like, oh, some of y'all have been around for so long. I am so lucky to have you. Saying gets to be a little parasocial now and then as a treat. Alright, let's turn this up. Dude, these types of Kirby wallpapers were my jam back in the day. Oh, I would find kirbywallpapers.com/HD or some shit, and I would eat them up. I would collect them like cards. That's the stuff. This is the stuff. Alright, I should actually get to, completing the brie. I just realized this leg is not shaped the right way, because the torso is moving like this, and so the leg should be, like more here. Yeah, that's a little better. Just a little line fix. What's funny about my parents is that I think my dad would genuinely be more devastated if I didn't get married in a church more than if I got married to someone particularly unsavory. That's how religious he is. Like, I'm a couple states away, so I can laugh about this and be like, silly. And also, the concept of marriage is very far away from me at the current moment. But, yeah. So silly. Do you guys remember the person at the library I was talking to you about at one point, because he approached me and asked me if I was married, and also he asked me if he could ask me questions about Korean single women or some shit. It was a while ago. It was like a year ago. He has a very distinct appearance, and I forget his name, but I was informed that he has returned to my library, and as I was working today, I did confirm that he was there again. And listen, I feel like he did disappear for a while after he got reprimanded, and you know, but I'm hoping he's not back to his old tricks again, because oh boy. I work with like 1 or 2 female associates who are unfortunately not in a, they don't have a personality type that allows them to be as direct as me, in that they can just shut down the conversation. So I dare him to do something like that in front of me, because I've been working long enough that I'm no longer like afraid to do stuff like that. Try me. But yeah. Otherwise, it's been a pretty good work situation. I am approaching my 2-year full-time anniversary this August, which means I get automatically promoted to a library associate 2, which means I get bumped into a nice new pay grade, which is lovely. Looking forward to that. It's also just like a nice title. Library Associate 2. Ooh, the sequel. I mean, if I wanted to progress any further from that, I would probably have to pursue, like a whole fancy library degree, which is a scary prospect to me, I'm not gonna lie, because going back to school for any reason is a scary prospect. Not only because of classes, but because of the monetary commitment. So I am not in a rush to do that, but one thing that has actually made me consider it is that the county that I am working for at the moment, to work as in my position, which is a very fortunate position, in the information department full-time, you only need a bachelor's degree. You don't need to have a specific library degree, but if hypothetically, if I were to work somewhere else, they may require a library degree. So I've seen people at around, my skill level, specifically, going to school and getting those library degrees for that job security, which I think is totally valid and is the strongest argument I've heard for actually going back to school. I don't want to do that now because I feel like balancing school and work is something that I am so fortunate to not have been forced to do growing up. Like, the closest thing I've had to doing school and work at the same time is like a little bit during college when I worked sort of part-time in graphic design during school. But it was very, very low-key. But the idea of going to work and also going to classes and having homework, bro, I cannot. Again, I understand I'm privileged by not having experienced this for myself, but the idea of having to do both, I don't know how people do it. There are people so stronger than me who do this and are currently doing it, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm built like that. If I go to school and all that, I'm gonna have to, because like, see, the thing is, my brother is doing that right now. He's pursuing he's going to graduate school and he's still doing his job, and I'm like, he's like doing midterms and stuff, and I'm like, how do you guys go to school and do your full-time job? I mean, granted, he does have like a slightly like remote job, so he gets to sit on his ass sometimes on his computer, and that counts as his job. I'm teasing. He has a very important government job, but regardless. Damn. That's a scary thought. Godspeed to anyone who has to work and also go to school, because lordy, I am not built like that. I think I just have to color in the line details here. And that should be good. Yeah. Is the coloring... Hold on, something is off. Blink and you miss it. Just like a little bit there. Oh, and also here. Holy, what the hell is going on? What is that? I think I got it. Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah, I would have missed that. Especially in this day and age where ChatGPT seems to be overtaking academia. I'm glad I graduated when I did, so I'm further pissed. Brother, oh my god. Like, the college graduation the year before mine, they couldn't do it in person. It was all virtual. My graduation, like a decent number of people didn't go, so it was sort of a partly in person. But it was the physical option of being in person was there, and that was good enough for me. Because holy... Doing a semester remote was, in some ways, extremely convenient, but in other ways, kind of hellish, because living with your parents while going to college is a deeply humbling experience in that it will want you to move out very quickly. As much as you may love your parents, it's like really clipping your wings when it comes to like independence and all that. They're just not good for you, man. Yes, I agree. I remember when I was a senior in high school and being like, oh wow, I'm a senior. I can't believe it. I'm the oldest one here, wow. And then seeing freshmen bring fucking vapes into the bathroom. And I'm like, is this what the generation before me, is that what they are now? What the hell? We weren't like that. They be bringing up new problems for us. Jeez. I still think vaping is so lame. I'm sorry. It's just, not only does it seem like a really creepy predatory industry because they're making their vapes all colorful and play games and music and shit and fruity, which is a great way to particularly market yourself to children, which is particularly, I would say, evil. It's also just not cool looking. Like, when I see a character with a vape, like, mentally I associate them doing like a TikTok dance. Which is, you know, apropos in certain occasions, but otherwise, like, brother, you're just doing a TikTok dance to me. Alright, let's start shading and shining. I think part of the reason why I don't like vaping either is that if I were younger and stupider, it would have probably hooked me. Because I love fruity flavors and colorful shit. And so, like, I was just old enough to not have access or be particularly vulnerable to that. Thank God. They lack aura. They do. Capita's been asked, this is the second time Capita has asked for Kerbucks, and I'm assuming it's because they want to redeem a sketch request, which, if Safi, in their generosity, can fulfill. But I will say, in the spirit of things, Capita, is that really how you want to go about it? I mean, it's free art either way, I guess, but it's about the spirit of things. Alright. And then, oh yeah, I have to make the blinks. The blinks are important. Okay, so the blinks are shaded with 30%. Yes. Oh my god, Kapita has subscribed! Kapita has subscribed! They have taken Sevi up on the offer, but also they have subscribed! So, again, Streamlabs, hey, what the hell? They're not doing shit. So, you know what today? Kapita has subscribed! Thank you, Kapita, for subscribing. Thank you. Now you can earn Kerbucks even faster. It's a win-win. Oh, hell yeah, I love this one. What is it? Ice Cream Island? Oh, it's the classics. The classics. Alright, if you don't know, we're working on the blink right now. Chaffee. It's like if Sean Connery said your name, Chaffee. I hope the Tomodachi is going well, by the way, Safi. You mentioned a little bit earlier, and I will admit, the desire to check in on it daily has waned for me. Yet I will still, you know, if I feel particularly inclined, I will do it. But otherwise, unfortunately, it may be a game that falls by the wayside at this point. Which is a shame, because even Animal Crossing lasted longer than this for me. Mostly because it's a game that actually cared about you playing it for days on ends more than the week and that's it. Like, at least for Animal Crossing, I played it for like 3 months straight and then didn't touch it. But for Tomodachi Life, it really felt like it peaked at the 2 weeks, and that's just kind of it. A damn shame. I mean, I'm still looking forward to the seasonal updates, of course, but they're mostly just minor in comparison. Like, if it was gonna steal anything from Animal Crossing, I wish it stole the progression system. For Capita! Capita has redeemed the sketch request. I will have Discord open to see what is in the sketch request. Oh, it's the guy! It's the guy that you... You know, he actually reminds me of a Absol because of the little spike that's on the side like that. Still fun occasion. Your main A has moved in together? Dude, that is a big victory because I be having random people wanting to live with each other just because they know each other like that. And I'm like, alright, you're ruining the flow. As much as I would love for Yuna to move in with Lydia and Felix, unfortunately the configuration I have going on doesn't particularly accommodate for that. It was loosely based on Absol. Oh, fun. And then the last blink. Oh. Kirby music just makes me so happy. Dude, what I would do to just play 30 minutes of a Kirby game and just never touch it again. just being in that world is something that's like a vitamin shot. It just helps me. Just give me 40 milligrams of Kirby Squeak Squad and I'll be set, dog. I am a Kirby series LARPer though, because I haven't played most of the games. I haven't even played all the DS ones. Kirby Mass Attack has still evaded me, just because it came just a bit, you know, beyond. Yeah, Kerbo, yeah! I'm not sure if I should add more Miis, whether secondary characters from different projects. Have you added all of them? The answer is no. I have not added all my Chromosynth characters. The extent to that I've added the secondary ones, the non, you know, the main cast, is I've added, you know, the 4, you know, military ones, the military guys, you know, Vera, Emil, Caspian, Regina. I've added Avril and Seto, Susie, Berenice, Stella, Grace, just like, you know, some of those guys. And I feel like I've been adding them sort of based on age group. So I've added like kind of, the oldest I've added is about like Regina's range. I haven't added everyone though. As much as I would love to add Ryujin, specifically because I want to give her that room background where it's a garage with a sick red car. Unfortunately, my enthusiasm has waned a little bit, and so has my devotion to making a whole character. Man, you know, they were right. Having 80 characters, the limit in Tomodachi, is actually super duper generous. We would not know how to work with all that. I say this as Mr. Character himself. At a certain point, like, there's only so many that I'd be willing to add. This one! Oh, it's a classic Game Boy era! Kirby and the Amazing Mirror! I love how crunchy it is. That's the stuff. Alright, that seems good, I say, as I add more things. The funny thing is, my character has a brother. I've only drawn him in booty shorts and a crop top. Damn. Sometimes it be like that. Sometimes you have a character conceptualized, and the only visual proof you have of the character is a shitpost that you just felt particularly compelled to draw at a certain time. That's real as shit. Okay, so now we have that. So now, let us shade. Get that done. Okay, I believe the shading is 40. Shade 40, screen 40. Sometimes I think of an alternate timeline where Kirby has not influenced me and impacted me personally as much as it does now. And I'm like, even objectively speaking, let's be real. You look at a character like Kirby, so simple and yet so iconic and so effective and so cute and marketable, there is no reality in which I would not have been a little obsessed with this creature. He's the perfect specimen. He was designed in a lab, specifically HAL Laboratories, to be perfect. I still don't know why the HAL Laboratories is a dog in a, like a bird nest. Maybe it's like a platypus situation? You know, just because they're a mammal doesn't mean they can't lay eggs. It's weird. Again, I'm not a real Kirby fan, I don't know the lore. Kirby's one of the few exceptions to like kill all marketable cute. Aw, Baby Yoda is on site. I feel like for maybe like a day, I was like, okay, I understand the memes around Baby Yoda. It's like you're taking a character who is traditionally kind of a Muppet-esque appeal in that they're kind of silly and old looking, but turning them into like a Muppet baby is like, oh, okay. But then like once I started seeing fucking mass-produced stuff, I'd be like, all right, we gotta kill this thing. We have to kill it. Because, unfortunately, the connections to the Muppet Babies is not just vibes. It's also pure, like, marketing schlock. Like, this exists to prey on you and your wallet. Yoder. I must kill Baby Yoda. It's crazy that I'm still seeing it on fucking like gift cards and shit. The little Baby Yoda. And I'm like, guys, it's been years. We can't still be doing this. Like, no way is it still marketable. No way are you turning it into what Disney did to Stitch. but with the Baby Yoda. It's crazy. I love how that Krabby Sprite is moving. I do like how it's moving! CJ, look at your little Krabby! Oh, how beautiful! I love that the different Pokemon have different little walks, like how my Schfeel rolls and how Krabby crabbles sideways. That's the stuff. Thank you for putting it out, Safi. How delightful. What is that? I missed the color! Oh my goodness, I missed a big... What is that? What happened to that part? Why is there just a chunk missing? Specifically here. Yeah, what the heck? I also did not care for Baby Groot. Hold on. Okay, so I am not familiar with Guardians of the Galaxy. So there's like regular Groot, who is just, you know, a plant and does stuff. And then there's Baby Groot, who is that, but just a baby. Again, Muppet Babies version. I'm sure there's a name for this phenomenon besides the most prevalent example, which is the Muppet Babies. But I'm just gonna keep citing it because those are the ancient texts. But yeah, I feel like Baby Groot is also one of those, like, it's kind of, again, it's like Stitch. It's a marketing based off of cuteness. And I think what made Stitch work is that Stitch was initially marketed as a kind of a weird creature more than a plushie and a sassy mascot. But I will say, it is spiritually evil, I feel, to prey on to design certain aspects of like characters specifically to sell things based off of them. It feels spiritually bankrupt and wicked. Whether it's making something that is, you know, materialistically cute because they're a baby, or making like a minion where they're like quirky. They want to make the next minion. It's like, yeah. I don't respect you. I don't feel that you're using your art for good if you do that. The babyfication of beloved characters has been quite dark-spirited, I agree. Man, I know, like, when Rugrats first came out, it was like such a novel idea of like, dude, what if it was a show, but it was about babies? What? That's crazy, man. And now it kind of feels ridiculous in retrospect. Oh my god, Baby Nut. Safi, why did you remind me of Baby Nut? Oh. That was... Okay, so that did come out in an ironic, like, post-irony era in which people were like, alright, this is definitely a gimmick, and so it did not land as strongly as the Peanut Company wanted it to, which I think is good. It really feels like the first and most modern rejection of the babyfication, because like most people I saw online were like, what the fuck is this, and they wanted to kill that thing. Hashtag abort that thing, you know? I don't even remember the lore behind it. I think the lore behind it was that the Mr. Peanut died and then was reincarnated or some shit. I don't remember. For some reason, my strongest memory involves reincarnation, which may not even be the case. Now, why does the first few notes of this song sound a little bit like Megalovania? Do you guys hear it? Just add a few more of those notes in there, and you're on your way. I couldn't stand Rugrats either. Boring show. I mean, I'm sure it had its charm back in the day, because of the novelty, and because it was butt ugly, which was very charming back in the day. It does have a neat, like, messy art style that I can sort of get behind. But otherwise, oh boy. Ugly ass show. With ugly ass babies. I mean, it's iconic for a reason, you know, the characters, like Angelica, the dinosaur, the little Barbie doll that gets memed, you know. I don't know why it's iconic, but it is. I recognize it in the culture. A part of me must wonder if it's nostalgia, honestly. And also the success of the franchise, I'd say. Like, the fact that it was financially successful enough that it got, like, movies and stuff made people think that, oh my god, nostalgia. This is what we're missing out on. Sorry, I had to do a stretch. Ugh, I've been streaming for a while. I also have apple fritters next to me. Should give me some HP. Green and then shine. Speaking of old shows, I actually had an older woman comment on my Rainbow Bright shirt as I was working today. And of course, you know, she talked about how she watched the show as a kid and even like collects some of the dolls. And I was like, oh, that's cute. Please don't ask any follow-up questions or ask if I watched the show because I am a LARPer. I just think the aesthetic is really cute. And that goes for most kind of like vintage, this era of like Strawberry Shortcake-esque dolls. I just think it looks really cute. I have not watched those old shows because I was not a kid then, nor am I invested enough to engage with it now. But they sure are cute. That's all I'll say about that. Yeah! What is it, from Squig Squad? It is from Squig Squad. Yes! You know what I don't LARP? Kirby. That's a lie. I absolutely do that. You know, I haven't talked about Digital Circus in a while. That's a lie. I talk about it every, like, other art stream. Mostly to talk about fandom and theory stuff. I will say that the movie is coming out in theaters relatively soon. I will not be actively seeking it out in a theater because I still think that it's pretty dumb for them to release it early in theaters when it just completely undermines the digital release, because there will be spoilers. Of course there will be. So I'm just gonna fucking wait for it to come out in theaters, and eventually someone will post a cam rip or some shit, and I'll probably watch that. Not that I advocate for pirating specifically for indie animated companies, but like they kinda, like, what are they doing here? I still think it's such a weird move for them. Especially since they're saying, like, this is such a big step for indie animation to have it in theaters. I'm like, this just feels so corporate. I don't know. I'm gonna give more shadow to Bree's eyes. It adds a nice effect. I could not imagine a worse experience than being in a room full of Digital Circus fans. I mean, I know you're joking and saying it's slightly hyperbole, but I'm gonna be so for real. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, I don't even think Digital Circus is a bad show per se. And giving it the blanket reputation of, like, cringe truly does it a disservice. But, like, watching the Digital Circus movie in a theater, I think that would be worse than watching the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, because at least the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, you can sort of... It's like the Minecraft movie. It's kind of stupid, it's kind of for kids, you know? But with Digital Circus, it's adult, definitely, but it has such a juvenile fan base that it's just a recipe for disaster. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Safi sent me an art of a beautiful woman. Oh, love that. The idea of putting just the finale is so weird. It is! Like, it's one thing to have... Remember that Demon Slayer movie? Where it's, you know, obviously it's best to watch it as a fan who knows the context and everything, but it's one of those anime movies that's meant to sort of still be its own story, encapsulated in a movie. With the finale, it's clearly meant to be the finale to an established thing. And it's one thing if it's a finale to a popular American show, like, I know they aired finales of certain shows that are particularly big, so they could, you know, because there are crowds of people. But for the Digital Circus is just, I truly can't wrap my head around the mindset there. And the fact that there's still, you know, controversies coming up because of the difficulties of sharing it broader and all that. I don't know. I don't feel particularly bad for Glitch Productions, because it feels like they kind of dug their own grave there. Why am I just seeing that this hand is too big and this hand is too small? Gender me this. Gender me this, Batman. Why am I seeing that this hand is good, but too big? This hand is fine, but too small. You know what? That's something we're going to think about later. For now, we're just going to finish up these little touches, and then we're going to move on. I still have a sketch request, and I'm going to honor it. Okay, so this is Shine, like about 30. Hold on. For Adam, I believe, did I do the... Sometimes I forget, like, which brush I use for which, characters. I think, did I use the... Did I use this? Oh yeah, I absolutely used the flat brush. Alright, well... This is why having previous references is good. You guys ever feel like sometimes I'm talking about indie animation again. Sorry, it's gonna keep looping back to this. Do you guys ever feel like sometimes it being indie is almost sometimes a detriment because by a lot of these creators don't have like studio experience, and so they lack a lot of polish that you would get if you had to jump through the hoops of a lot of, you know, having that experience and dealing with a big team and all that? I don't know. Like, this might sound mean, and I'm overgeneralizing. I don't mean every indie production is like this, but I feel like when it comes to certain issues that are about writing or storytelling or direction, it feels that these are issues that come from not... I don't know. I'm not saying that indie cartoons are inherently flawed because they are not built up by the Cartoon Network or whatever, but it is interesting that we're seeing certain shows have the same kind of flaws or just kinds of flaws. That's the same thing. Sorry, it's getting late. Because they don't have that, they don't have the money to have like all these eyes and the person slapping someone's wrist and saying, you should write that again, make sure it's good this time. I don't know. I think that was right. So much brighter on Adam, though. Did I use the wrong brush? Ah, whatever. This is a song I would associate with a particularly mischievous duck. Alright, I am leaving it like that, for now. It is getting late, I want to get through this sketch request. So, we will be like that for now. Let me get to this request. Let me, apple fritter, give me strength. Something like that. I don't know, it's good. Something like that. Thank you, Rennie. It's the eye. It is! It is. Interesting hair you've given him. It's it's something that I must interpret for sure. For sure. Oh, Oh, weren't we talking earlier about I mean, as in another stream, when we were talking about astronomy-related names that aren't really on the nose? Yeah, and I see the moon thing you have going on. I see you. I see you. And yeah, that is creative, because my initial thought was phobia and not the moon, which means that it's a little more subtle, but it makes sense with the Deimos, you know, connection. So, like I said, I see you. The glove is not correctly on, so let's correct that. Wait, it should work, is that his hand is like here, the clothes is like here, so then we can build the glove as like here. I'll probably make the spiked part a little more subtle since it's supposed to be at the back of the head, so that your interpretation is actually closer to what I'm going for. Yay! I interpreted correctly. Yeah, it is interesting. The spike on the head is... I wasn't exactly sure how to interpret it, so I'm glad it's somewhat correct. It's meant to look like a crown because he's an heir. I see. I see. I see what you're going for. And then he has a lovely kind of like periwinkle indigo thing going on. Love that. Not quite blue, not quite purple. Really proud of him? Aw, I'm happy for you. It's honestly so fun writing and developing sibling characters, especially if they're, you know, very close in age or twins or something, because there's something so fun about making characters who directly are meant to be like parallels or foils to each other. So you can like give them fun matching names and similar designs. That's the stuff. Like, you don't see... I have maybe 2 pairs of twins in Chromosynth. Everyone else, sibling-wise, are just kind of different, but I understand. I see the appeal. His brother's a lot softer and more friendly. I don't know how I'll draw his clothing. Well, honestly, there's a fun way you can draw similar clothing but still convey softness and, you know, friendliness. It's literally just to soften up the shapes you give them. It's interesting how much body language and shape language can play a part in the kind of demeanor that can come across. Bum, 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 ba, ba, da. Oh, that's the Star Allies theme. I know, ball. Okay, so let's save this as Phobos, I believe? Phobos. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Phobos. I'm sure there's a more elegant Greek pronunciation of it. Phobos for Morg. Stretch out the arms. Stretch out the hands. Ugh, I've been sitting for a while. Yeah, that's... Oh, sorry. I realize I'm cracking my arms like right in front of the mic. Thank you very much. You're welcome very much. Yeah. Okay. So what I plan to do with the, like, in 10 more minutes is basically refine the Bree that I have going on here. While I can refine her. Because we are reaching the ends. Like, hand size, yeah, that hand size is bigger than Adam's and his head is smaller. So we definitely have to decrease that. Never fun, but we'll deal. What we can do is take this. Yeah, just make it like that small, and just make it so that the wrist kind of comes out a little bit, which isn't the end of the world. We could also honestly move this up a little. Okay, the hand is smaller. And then just make this one a little bit wider. Then here, yeah, we can start adjusting certain things. But this can basically go up tonight. I will be happy to make sure that Bree's full art is on the site for everyone to enjoy. It's kind of funny juxtaposing the full art with the mini sprites because for the most part, the full art is very supplemental. It doesn't particularly expand upon what you can't get from the mini. Like, for some of them, like, yes, like Adam, for example, it conveys his more angular and broader structure that the mini sprite can't really convey. For Bree, it's... she's kind of, you know, has soft edges and is small and rectangular anyway, so nothing's particularly being changed. Okay, the hands are better. Feeling better about the hands. And now, make sure the shading is okay. Not bad. Pelly. Alright, I believe the final step is to add that classic paper layer. So that is 60 and 60. So that is basically one here. 60. Oh my god, the sun rhythm changed? Oh my god, I can't hit 60 on this. Get me exactly 60. There we go. And then this layer. Molecular. There we go. And now we have some texture on the clothes and hair and whatnot, which gives it the effect I like. Hold on, let me make all these visible just so I can move it a little bit. Here. Yeah. That's good. So now, to save it... What the hell is... Yeah, this is just a medley. Killer medley. Alright, so now we save. Then we do the song and dance, where it's BR full 1. And then BR full 2. If we can just appreciate half-lidded brie here for a second. And then 3. Alright. That's... oh my god. Die. Anyway. That will basically be it for today. I would love to show you the, I guess, the animated result, as long as you're willing to sit for like a couple more minutes as I get through that rigmarole. I guess you might as well have you guys sit through it, just so you can see the fruits of my labor of drawing each individual eye guy. Hope you get lots of rest tonight. I hope you guys get some rest too. I've been yawning all day today. I am in desperate need of some honkshu. That should be good. Have a good night. Yeah. I believe. Okay, save image. And then save that as BR full. So now, if I go to the website, upload it, and put it on that little page. I don't believe I missed anything for her design. I think I have all the details. It's a very simple, symmetrical design, which helps. Okay. I have the code. Now I have to add the special additional code that allows it to cycle between different displayed images. PR, Blue Reporter, and then make sure that it's the same color. Then we go down. We update the buttons. It's a good thing I'm a genius when it comes to organizing my files by name, because I can just replace their little character information and very easily just get what I want. I say that as I immediately spot a coding mistake in my code, and what the hell is that? What is that? Okay, so I'm on Bree's page, and I just found this. What is that? Let me look on her page. What is that? Sometimes you discover things live. Oswald, what are you saying? Oh, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Why is... Huh. I'm gonna go ahead and delete that then. I don't know why it's there. Weird. La la. Okay. Now that should be that for the buttons. Okay, and then add a break line just so it doesn't overlap too much. Yeah. Very simple design. That works. Alright, so that's been updated. Nice! That feels accomplishing. Or a word that is apropos for it. Anyway, that's that for the stream. Thank you for hanging on for those little few 10 minutes of coding stuff. If you want to know, and I should probably show you because that's the whole point I did this, it looks like this. And then of course, like all the pages, it has the little buttons so you can cycle through the mini and the big, which I think is useful. Fishman helmet, that is me! Thank you, Goose. Also, hello, Dracky. I remember you from the Club Penguin stream. That does remind me, I should play I should play the Penguin game again soon. It's a very good game. Anyway, thank you guys for coming! Why are my stream avatars below the bottom? And above there. I don't think we'll be raiding anyone. It's pretty late and I'm pretty tired. So how about you guys all get some rest? If it's particularly late where you are, especially, please try to go to bed on time. If not, just have a good rest of your time. Thank you for coming. Goodbye, everyone. Oh wait, I should write the sacred text. Sang, gang, sleep. With the... Yes. Singing sleep! Thank you for saying it with me. Alright. Night, everyone.